Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be seen as transformative to society, the answer is yes to both. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
And you have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct. And so what the prosecutor did Tuesday was he went ahead and filed his counter argument, pushing back on the defense attorney who had asked the judge to dismiss the case.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February 2024. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran, a year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Carbon County Sheriff announced on Wednesday that human remains have been discovered near a well site. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports just who those remains are hasn't been determined.
The remains were found on December 19th near a well site on BLM land, so it's a BLM investigation. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office is deferring to them. The thing that's interesting, though, about Wyoming is that because we're such a sparse population, people remember these missing persons cases. There's a lot of anticipation about the identity of these remains. Who did they belong to and what was the cause of their death?
An investigation is underway after remains were discovered near an oil and gas well site in an undisclosed area of Carbon County, so said Sheriff Alex Backen on Wednesday. A leading missing persons advocate wonders if it may be David Williams, who disappeared 45 years ago. Sublette County opened its first hospital in September and has been burning through cash ever since. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that hospital officials are hoping to get some of the $250 million in federal health care money Wyoming was given this week.
Because Sublette County Hospital is not considered a critical access hospital yet, it still has to go through a lot of permissions and inspections and applications. They're having to burn through cash because they're having to operate more as a general hospital, which means that their staffing is higher than it needs to be. So they're hoping to get a piece of this $205 million to help with their cost of keeping rural health care sustainable while they continue to work to get this critical access status.
The community celebrated in September when the almost $74 million medical complex opened in Pinedale, nearly 100 years after the idea of building a medical facility was first broached. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You're really gonna like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me. Oh, oh, oh.
Well, welcome to a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It is Jan 2 days into the new year, and we got a lot going on for you on this finally Friday edition. We're going to wrap with our friends over at Downrange Warriors, the Cody-based operation. It's all about veterans today, as Tim Sheppard is going to be with us later on in the morning as well. Tim Sheppard, the executive director of the Wyoming Veterans Commission. Also, Father Rick Malloy drops in. Father Malloy, a Jesuit in the Roman Catholic Church. He's going to talk about a bunch of stuff, including a recent retreat, how to find God in Christmas movies. That's not usually too difficult. And most importantly for me, what he thinks about the latest Knives Out. Knives Out 3, Wake Up Dead Man. I just watched it last night. I love the Knives Out series. Ryan Johnson directed. And the depiction of Catholic priests in that movie. What does Father Malloy think? What did they get right? What did they get wrong? We got a lot of other stuff, of course, Cowboy State Daily stories. We talked about many of them yesterday already, but we'll hit those again. Up to 35% of Wyoming's high country harvest dead forest, ghost forest, standing dead timber. Is it time to crank up the timber industry again and start logging? Most people say yes. That means access roads, and that means a real commitment to timber. And for one thing, obviously, fire mitigation, wildfire mitigation, but the harvest of timber also is an industry in itself, and for the health of our forests. Yeah, a whole lot more stories. Sublette County's new hospital down there in Pinedale, hoping to get a piece of the pie. The $205 million from the feds headed to rural health care in Wyoming. How much that might land in Sublette County, we'll see. Cody Roberts, our wolf torture dude, Sublette County's top prosecutor, argued this week that the things Cody Roberts did don't pertain to any game and fish rules. The wolf capture. It's okay to capture wolves in Wyoming, but what Cody Roberts did, according to the top prosecutor, is not capturing, more like torturing. That and other stuff. Maybe we'll knock around the idea of governor and who may jump in the race. Is it too early? I I don't think so. There's a governor race. It's officially on now that we're in 2026. I think it's almost okay to talk about it. We're a Cowboy State Daily is going to be diving in deep probably after the legislative session in February. We'll really go full speed ahead with politics and campaigns. But we're probably going to be looking at a new governor in Wyoming unless Governor Gordon jimmies with the rules and tries to get a third term, currently not legal. There's talk of a third term from Trump. I don't think he'd live through it. He's health-wise, he's not looking great. I think he becomes Biden if he goes for a third term. Like, can he finish a 4 years? I don't see that happening. Anyway, the governorship, does Megan Degenfelder throw in? Does Bo Beitman, Chip Nyman declare? We're waiting to hear. Senator Eric Barlow, Brent Bien, the only two significant names that have declared. We'll take a look at that, and we'll talk about college football. Was anybody at the Orange Bowl? Not according to the photos I saw. I think the cameras purposely tried not to pan the crowd because there wasn't any. And the halftime show was horrible. And the game, not very good. The Oregon-Texas Tech game. Oregon accused of running it up at the end. The game wasn't competitive. Nobody was there. And the halftime show sucked. Welcome to the Orange Bowl. Other bowl games were pretty exciting. How about that Ole Miss Georgia game? We'll talk about that. The game that refused to end. The game that referees refused to let end. But first, we got to start the day with a weather forecast, right? Here's what it looks like. The day weather forecast. Where do I keep that thing? Cowboy State Daily has it. You just got to check out that menu stuff at the top. Go to Daily Features and you get the day weather forecast. Casper, just a slight chance of rain before 11 this morning. Gradually becoming sunny, 47 the high, 2 days into January. So that warm spell continues. Had a little bit of a winter blast, and that was it. Casper right back to warm, 47, mostly sunny. Lander, 50, becoming sunny this afternoon. Evanston, you might see some snow in the morning, but otherwise cloudy, 38. Rock Springs, snow or rain early morning, otherwise partly sunny, 42. Western Wyoming's going to have what looks like winter. Slight chance of snow in the morning for Pinedale, highs 38. Snow and rain likely for Afton this morning with highs 37. DuBois, slight chance of snow before 10 a.m. Breezy becoming sunny, 42. Jackson, snow and or rain likely, highs in the upper 30s today. Thermopolis, sunny upper 40s. Cody, near 50 today with mostly sunny skies. Buffalo, slight chance of early morning rain. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 45 in Buffalo. Sheridan, 51. Mostly sunny. Gillette, cloudy, 47. Newcastle, same. Torrington, mostly cloudy, breezy, highs 55. Mostly cloudy, breezy in Wheatland, 52 the high. State Capital, you should top out at the big 50 today. Partly sunny, breezy, highs 50. Slight chance of rain or snow in Laramie. Otherwise, a partly sunny afternoon with highs 43. Rawlins, maybe some snow or rain earlier in the day, before 2, let's say. Otherwise, mostly cloudy and 41 in Rawlins. So fairly mild across the state. Where you do see precip, likely going to be rain and or snow mix, as temperature is going to be right around that point where it could be either or both simultaneously. Not sure what's worse. As I said, the Downrange Warriors are going to be with us this morning. Mike Arnold, Dave Engelhart, or both. Usually they both show up. Don't worry, they got your 6 at Downrange Warriors, and they're always asking the question of veterans and first responders. What's your sit rep? You should always be asking yourself, what's your sit rep? How you doing? You okay? Reach out. You are not alone. Downrange Warriors. If they have one single sentence message, that's it. You are not alone. Whatever you're thinking, feeling, so are your brothers and sisters in the military and in law enforcement and first responders. You have not had that first original dark, bad thought. Believe me, others already have and found a way to deal with it. So learn from them. Downrange Warriors. Father Rick Malloy. Call him Muggs. Father Muggs is going to be on Philadelphia. I'm going to have a hard time getting over the fact that he is an Eagles fan. Ooh. Yeah, he loves his Eagles. He's from the Philly area. For the past 15 summers, Father Rick has also come out to Yellowstone, though, to be Yellowstone's official Catholic chaplain. Yellowstone National Park. You may have seen him over the summer in the past decade plus, conducting Mass, holding Mass in maybe the Cody area, other gateway communities. And we're going to talk to him about a whole bunch of things, how he got into the Catholic Church, how the Catholic Church has changed over the last, let's say, 25 years since the turn of the century. And particularly, I'm really excited to hear what he thinks about the depiction of priests in the Netflix Whodunit Knives Out. I love the Knives Out series. This is 3rd in the series, Wake Up Dead Man. Pretty good. A lot of folks say it's good, not great. Not the best Knives Out. Of the 3, it's probably the 3rd best, but I liked it. I liked it a lot. And central to the story is the Roman Catholic Church. And his story is told through a couple of priests. One priest is sort of the main character, and then other priests, and a lot of Catholicism in it. How does that play for a real life priest? We'll ask Father Malloy what he thought about it. Tim Sheppard's going to be here, Executive Director of Wyoming Veterans Commission. Tim's a Green Bay Packers fan. So again, it's going to be difficult to talk to my guest today as a Bills fan. But, I'll swallow it. I'll rise above that. I'll be better than that. We won't make it about football. Tim's been on before, and we talked about the Pack just a little bit. He's a retired U.S. Army, 40-year career, served as Chief of Staff for the Wyoming Army National Guard, and a commander at Camp Guernsey. Army engineer. He's done it all in the Army, and he's now helping those who have also done it all. Executive Director of the Wyoming Veterans Commission, Tim Sheppard, going to be on today. And the usual cast of characters, Mac Watson and I probably discuss a little bit of college football. Andrew Rossi scheduled to be on. Bill Sniffin, the year in review. Bill's got a great column where he does hit the highlights, stuff that I remember, stuff that I really do think were the huge stories in 25 for Wyoming. Bill Sniffin will be on and talk about those. So, a whole bunch going on this Friday as we send you into the weekend, and we will dig in right after this.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, the Cowgirls lost that basketball game on New Year's Day. Was it New Year? It was New Year's Eve day. Cowgirls lost on the road against New Mexico, 62-48. Girls kick off the calendar year in 26 at home. San Diego State is the next game for the Wyoming Cowgirls. San Diego State. That would be Saturday afternoon, matinee, tip time. Tap time, 2 p.m. against the Aztecs. Cowgirls 4-8 overall, 1-2 in conference. Not one of the better teams, but they're slugging. Man, they're swinging away. Malene Peterson, Logan Alvar, leading the girls. They graduated just too many great players from last year. So a bit of a rebuild for the Cowgirls on the basketball court. Well, that fire in the Swiss Alps, death toll keeps climbing. That was worse than anybody thought. Yesterday I read the fire was presumed to have started when a bartender was carrying a barmaid over his shoulder, and she had a candle, and the candle caught the ceiling. That may not have been the case. That may have been a little early fake news. Now we're seeing, I saw a short video of the actual beginning of the fire, and it looks like they had sparklers inside the bar. It's maybe not a great idea. This bar was packed with hundreds of New Year's Eve revelers. Huge fire, spread really fast. And hearing now that there are originally a dozen, maybe 24 dead, the death toll now 40 or more. Hundreds injured. And yeah, I watched a little bit of that video. Yeah, sparklers And people had sparklers to celebrate the ball drop midnight. And yeah, the sparklers hit the ceiling. And I don't know about the fire code regulations in Switzerland, but obviously at this bar, they were not adequate. The ceiling caught pretty easily. And then I don't know about any sprinklers in use and whether they would have even been effective there. Yeah, where are we going with the morning? I'm not quite ready yet. Usually I have Jen Coker on early morning to help guide me in a direction. And usually I'm caffeinated enough to get going in a direction, but I'm not sure. I like to talk sports a little bit in the first hour, believing that any sports chat is less effective or less embraced by anyone that's not a male up at this early hour. So usually I do sports early. It's just us guys in the early morning, right? But not necessarily so. And I watched the end of the Ole Miss Georgia game. And like a lot of people, I was rooting for Ole Miss, who would probably be considered the underdogs. Plus they had this subplot. Who is whistling? Plus, Ole Miss had the subplot of Lane Kiffin having left them, abandoned them to play the postseason. He found a better offer. Lane Kiffin jumped in the transfer portal, the famed college coach of Ole Miss. And for some people, that rubbed them wrong, that a coach would jump ship like that and do it in an abrupt way that says, thanks, Ole Miss, see you later. I got something better going on in Baton Rouge. And he heads to LSU. And so that had some people kind of rooting for Ole Miss, like, wow, your coach left you right in the middle of the season, right at the end of the regular season. He's not going to be on the sidelines for postseason play. And the new coach, everybody seems to love this guy in Ole Miss. I mean, they're like cheering for him. Everybody's behind him. He's got his kids out there with him in the pregame, postgame interviews. He seems like a good choice for Ole Miss. So, yeah, it was reason to root for Ole Miss. Not that you were anti-Georgia. I know a lot of Bulldog fans. Go Dogs. But Georgia's had their time in the sun. Ole Miss, to me, when's the last time Ole Miss won a bowl game? I don't know. Maybe they have, but they haven't exactly been in the top upper echelon. They don't come up that often. So I was kind of going for Ole Miss. And a last-second field goal wins it for Ole Miss. But then what I noticed is the game that would not end. These referees, man. And the referees strive to get it right. Sometimes being 100% right, following the rule book 100% of the way, sometimes the law is not really what you want to be in pursuit of. This game was over. Ole Miss kicks a winning field goal. Game over. All that's left on the clock is 6 seconds. So Ole Miss kicks off. The ball goes out of bounds. It actually hits the pylon, which creates a touchback technically. And again, none of this matters. Ole Miss is game over. Ole Miss wins 37-34, right? The kickoff hits a pylon, goes out of bounds with no seconds. So you look up, the clock shows 0. Game over. Even Georgia knows it. Everybody knows it. And they push out the stage onto the field for the post-game celebration. Everybody floods the field. The coaches are both heading out to the 50-yard line, midfield to shake hands. I mean, it's over. Except for, oh no. And the announcers, they're saying, Ole Miss has won. And then one of the refs is like, hang on. Oh, these referees, they got to be the star of the game. One of the refs has got to go over to the replay hood. And one of the announcers even said that. They're like, oh no, he's going to the hood. He's going to the replay thing. And he's trying to determine, A, did this ball hit the pylon? Because if it did, it's technically a touchback. And technically, we give 2 more points to Ole Miss. None of that matters. Ole Miss has already won. Game over. So he's peering under the hood while the rest of the stadium, the rest of the country is celebrating a win. Game over. Come on, refs, get over it. Get your head out of your, you know what? Actually, get your head out of your replay hood and quit obsessing over whether we have a final second safety. Nobody really cares. All right, so it is a safety. But worse, the referee announces, get all the crap off the field, the stage and everything. The game's not over. There's 1 second left to play. You've got to be kidding. Seriously, every shot of a Georgia Bulldog fan, and more importantly, a Georgia Bulldog player and coaches, every shot in none of these shots that I see, is there any sense of hope? Like, oh, wait a minute, this game's not over. We have a chance. They're all resigned to the fact that this thing's over. Will you just end our misery? Stop prolonging the misery, zebras. So the referees somehow get the field cleared. The MVP of the game, by the way, is the crew that has to push this giant stage on and off the field. They got a crew of like 25 dudes, and they push it on there. Now they got to push it off, get it off the field. The announcers have to waste time, stall for time while the field is cleared, and we have one last kickoff. Because of the safety, Georgia now is kicking. Georgia elects to kick an onside kick. And Ole Miss, still kind of unaware of what is even going on, does not attempt to recover the onside kick. They just stay away from the ball. They're like, whatever. There's 1 second on the... Let Georgia pounce on the ball. As soon as one of the Georgia players jumps on the ball, the game will be over. So they didn't even try to recover the kick. Georgia jumps on the kick. Clock strikes 0, and on comes the stage again. On comes all the players and the fans flooding the field. And wait a minute. The referee again is headed for the replay hood. And the announcers at this point, I can't believe they didn't hide their frustration more. If I was announcing that game, I'd be like, just let it go, ref. But no, we got to be technical. It's a rule, but he's headed to the hood again. And he peers under the hood and he says, the game's still not over. You're kidding. Technically, because Ole Miss didn't touch the onside kick and the kicking team did, the clock never started, so therefore the clock cannot stop. So therefore the clock is still at 1 second. And Georgia has the football at their own, 30-yard line. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh my goodness. Stranger things have happened on the final play of a game. And strange things did happen. Georgia completes a last-ditch effort involving, I don't know how many laterals. We could ask Siri. Let's see if Siri knows, or Alexa, whoever is the keeper of Google. How many? This is the fascination of AI today. The day later, there'll be an answer for this query. How many laterals? In fact, Maybe my question will even be anticipated. Nope, not yet. How many laterals did Georgia do? I'll just say, how many laterals did Georgia in the bizarre final seconds of the January 1st, 2026 Sugar Bowl against Ole Miss, the Georgia Bulldogs attempted multiple laterals. Oh, they have not counted them yet. Well, there were at least 8. The exact number of backward passes wasn't precise. It involves several quick tosses. Yeah, like at least 8, I'm going to say. It was just a farce. It was a joke, and it could get somebody hurt, and it was unnecessary. And there was no way the game was going to be. That thing should have ended when Ole Miss hit the winning field goal. Just end this thing already, refs. Some reports are saying 9 laterals. That sounds right. The final lateral went out of bounds, and I swear that ref went over to the thing again. I swear he did. The final play after we've been waiting, we thought the game was over twice now. And then you had this lateral mess, this absolute bizarro last play that ended with the ball going out of bounds. And for the third time that night, everybody came out on the field. They pushed the stage back out on the field for the third time. All the coaches are out taking off their heads. A game over. Gatorade splashed on coaches. It's over, right? Well, it's not over till the ref says it is. And I swear that guy's going back to the replay hood. What are you looking at now? You just let this thing in. How much money did you bet on Georgia? Just let it go. Ole Miss, Georgia had one of the weirdest endings ever. Yahoo Sports. Weird? I wouldn't call it weird. It's just frustrating that the refs just... New York Times. What the heck happened in the final seconds of the Ole Miss, Georgia game? Yeah. USA Today. What happened at the end of the Sugar Bowl? ? Yep. I'll tell you what happened. The referees don't know when to stop reading the letter of the law and just acknowledge what we all know. This game's over. It's the old scenario where you got a signpost that says no swimming. No swimming allowed in this pond. And you see someone drowning. Do you follow the letter of the law and not swim out and save them? Let's say you're a lifeguard. Somebody's drowning. They're on the verge of dying. They're going down for the last time. Going down for the last time. Who sings that song? So the letter of the law says there's no swimming. And you could receive a citation and a fine for swimming in the pond. Or do you supersede that? You rise above the letter of the law and swim out there and save this poor soul. Similar to this game, at what point, if you're a ref, do you just say, take your rule book and shove it? Where's my bleeper? Let me get the bleeper ready. Just take that rule book and shove it up. This game's over. For the sanity of everybody and for the health of those dudes pushing that stage out there to end the game, just take that rule book and we're done with this game. 1 second left on the ball might have hit. Let's look at 5 angles of the replay. Did the ball hit the pylon and give Ole Miss another 2? Who cares? This thing is over. Take that rule book. Yeah, sorry for our radio station affiliates who had to hear all that bad words. But that game, man. So I'm happy for Ole Miss. Here's the dig. Here's the other kicker. Besides the game that wouldn't end, those who are mad at Lane Kiffin, the coach, let's go back to him. the Ole Miss coach, Lane Kiffin, who left his team, abandoned them for where the grass is greener in Baton Rouge, Red Stick, Louisiana. He abandons his team, leaves the postseason to another coach who's having success. Good for him. Here's the kicker. Lane Kiffin, with that win last night, received $500,000 bonus, and he's not even there. He's not even coaching. He's not even wearing the headset. He left. He told his team, see ya. I'm out of here. I got a better offer. And in his contract, if he wins the Sugar Bowl, if he wins that bowl game, he gets $500,000. So Kiffin on his exit says, kiss my I've had to use the bleeper more times now in the last 5 minutes than I've used it all of 2025. Kiffin says, kiss my grits. I get $500,000. I'm not even there. And that's my recap of the Sugar Bowl. Barely any of it concerned sports. See, when I talk sports, it's going to be fun, even if you're not sports minded. You know it's going to be fun. And that's my recap of the craziest bowl game you're ever going to see.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
It's a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. Marshall says coffee's good. Yeah, it's coffee always good. And Marshall admits he was the one whistling. I don't think so. I think it was the wife doing something. I don't know if like it was her boogers whistling while she's sleeping. She's got to be conked out in the. That's my studio, by the way. That is the reality of Cowboy State Daily's lavish studio is my house, which is in an undisclosed location because of, my rabid fan base and them wanting to visit me. I cannot disclose where exactly I broadcast from. That and the hate mail just wouldn't be smart. But yeah, I'm in Teton County. I'll say that. And the wife, the cat's here sleeping on the table as usual. This is the morning crew. This is the morning zoo crew for the radio show. Me, my sidekick who's asleep, and a cat who occasionally makes appearances by meowing for who knows whatever cats meow for. I want to be let out. I want to be fed. I got a problem with the temperature. Cat's got all kinds of issues. Yeah, that's the crew. That's us. So the whistling, I don't know, still remains a mystery. Look, we're barely into 2026 and already we get a story that says Wyoming as it comes. 1 day into the new year, because this happened on New Year's Eve, right? It happened on New Year's Eve and was reported the following day by County 10. And it was prefaced in Facebook, I think, with 1 day into the new year, and already we get a story that's as Wyoming as it gets. A civilian helped out the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. The task force was out there, of course, on New Year's Eve doing driving DUI task force, making sure everybody was sober driving. An impaired driver stopped on New Year's Eve in Riverton. I think it was around 11 o'clock at night. At approximately 2,300 hours. That's 11 o'clock, right? The cops in the military, they got to use the 24 time, which unless you have served, unless you've worn a patch or a badge, you have to stop and do the math, don't you? I do. Whenever I see like at approximately 1,600, I'm like, what the heck is 1,600? Let's see, 12. I have to start at 12 and then add until I get to 16. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Okay. I just say the regular time. At approximately 11 at night, 2,300. So at 2,300, officers attempted a traffic stop on a vehicle suspected of impaired driving. The driver, quote, declined the invitation to pull over and instead fled the area. What is with these people who flee? Has this ever worked? These are probably the same people who attempt to a high-speed chase to get away. Like of 100 chases, of 100 times people are pulled over. If you take 100 cases where you're pulled over and you take off, and then the chase ends in, either one of those controlled crashes the cops do, maybe spike strips, maybe they throw that net out. They got a Batman net, right? Like the Batmobile, they can throw this net out and catch your car. Of all the ways chases end, then of course your car's impaired, you crash that thing, and then you get out and you start running. Like that's ever going to work. And yeah, maybe the first officer or two is probably been to too many donut shops, and it's obvious they're not going to catch you. But they say you can't outrun radar and you can't outrun the helicopter video coverage of yourself. And then there is going to be an officer who is younger and faster, and he will catch you. And of course, there's also dogs. You better pray the canine don't get you. You're not going to get away, is what I'm trying to say. Of the 100 cases where you try to run away, probably 0.2% result in, wow, that guy got away. Well, we got his car, and, we can do a little sleuthing there and figure out who owns said car or who stole said car. But the chance you get away, infinitesimal. Yet, these people still try. This guy ran from his car, foot pursuit, ensued, according to the police department. This post was on the Lander Police Department Facebook page, although the incident took place in Riverton. Basically, it's Fremont County law enforcement. The same people that think they're going to run away from a traffic stop are probably the same people that think the spam emails you get are ever going to work. The Nigerian prince, you got a chance to share in the inheritance or whatever the latest scam is. Like, do these ever work? And if they work 0.001% of the time, they'll persist. And if there's a 0.001% chance you will escape law enforcement on a traffic stop, I guess they'll persist. It's the same kind of thinking. You and I say this will never work. And the emails we get from, the latest I've got is warning me that my iCloud space is full and I'm going to lose all my photos. They're going to be deleted. Meanwhile, the email comes from Sam's Ace Hardware Rental Shop, Houston. Like, is this ever going to work? So this dude, he doesn't get far because the story that makes it truly Wyoming is the kicker. The punchline is the cops are assisted by a civilian with a lasso. And what a civilian is doing out there with his lasso at 11 at night on New Year's Eve, I do not know. This story does not mention whether said cowboy was mounted. Possibly. I don't know. It would make it better. I would love to know. The County 10 story does not make that clear. Good story. Suspect's name not shared, but Lander Police Department Interim Chief Kelly Waugh did confirm to County 10 that the incident did occur in Riverton, and true enough, a suspected DUI driver was roped by a passerby, a cowboy, just a nearby civilian, as County 10 puts it. I like to say just a handy cowboy who was around. Every once in a while, you'll hear a story about an escaped cow or sheep or other kind of domestic livestock. And of course, cops can't catch it because as many things as cops have on their utility belt, lasso isn't one of them. They got, tasers. They got gloves so they don't have to touch your grimy body. They got all kinds of things on the belt, but they have no way to contain a Texas Longhorn steer that's running amok in downtown Dallas. And it usually involves a cowboy who just happens to be nearby, handy, just happens to have a horse saddled and he's ready to go. And by God, he looks like, one of the NFR healers. Like, look at this guy. It took, I guess, one throw. This civilian who just had there's so much here we have to learn, right? More. I want to know way more about this. During the foot pursuit, the officer was momentarily sidelined. Oh, this is good. This is rich. 11 o'clock, New Year's Eve, Riverton. Driver takes off. In the Fremont, even in the County 10 story, during the foot pursuit, One officer was momentarily sidelined after an unexpected encounter with playground equipment. Oops. In other words, it's dark and he didn't see the swing set. He ran right into a swing. Oh, video where it didn't happen. I would love to see that. Please, Lander PD, can you release the body cam of that? Oh man, I'm pro law enforcement all the way. I'm pro cop, but I would love to see that. Whoop! So one officer and this guy's now thinking, oh man, I'm going to get away. This dude's running and he knows the odds. He's like, you know what? This never works 0.002% of the time, but it might. And then he sees the closest cop to him get tied up in the swing set. And he's like, oh man, I am this close to being scot-free. And the next thing he knows, there's a rope come around him and a cowboy dallying off on. He's like, what? He gets jerked to the ground. He suffered minor injuries, by the way. And he's roped. That's the most Wyoming story of all time. And begs many, many more questions. Who the heck has a rope handy during this who just happens to see the pursuit and thinks, oh, this is a challenge? I don't know if he's heading or heeling. I guess this would be a headshot. And ropes a dude. I've tried to rope people. It's not easy because people are taller than a cow. Maybe he roped his feet. I don't know. I need to know way more. Was this dude on a horse? That's not clear. It just says unexpected assist from a civilian with a lasso. Get out. I don't know if the guy's on a horse. That would make it even better. Who is patrolling downtown Riverton, 11 o'clock at night, getting ready to ring in the new year, and you're swinging a rope on your horse in Riverton, Wyoming? This story is so Wyoming. But it needs more fleshing out. I simply must find out if this guy was on a horse, who this guy is. And what a way to close out 2025. Technically, this happened at 2300 hours, which we know is 11 p.m. So it's the final Wyoming story of 2025. Big thanks to County 10 for writing it up. And I would urge a Cowboy State Daily journalist to dig into this and get the answers to other questions that I have. Who is this dude? Why has he got a rope? And was he a horseback? Well, they did it. The 39th annual Polar Bear Plunge in Lake DeSmet. Dozens turned out yesterday. For the third year in a row, were able to sprint it. Usually, you've got to ski into the lake, I would imagine, or many times. But for the third year in a row, because we haven't had a lot of snow, but the lake is still chilly, you got to run in, and run in they did. This is something you want to do fast, right? You don't slowly tow the water. I got photos here from Sheridan Media. Thank you. And I'm looking at them, and some people put a toe in the water just to check it. Like, oh. But for the most part, those who got in quickly and got out even quicker. But yeah, good job, Polar Bear. The Polar Plunge in Lake DeSmet. They've been doing it now for, 39th annual, almost 4 decades of jumping in. That's the way to start the new year. That'll wake you up. Maybe faster than the coffee I'm guzzling. 2026 started for some folks in Johnson and Sheridan County with the plunge. These were mostly Sheridan nights, according to this story, but it's written by Sheridan Media. Buffalo Bulletin did not have anything, but you can imagine it's probably pretty much Buffalo, Story, Sheridan, all them folks along those small towns jumping in Lake DeSmet first thing January 1st. No ice on the lake and barely a skiff of snow anywhere. So it was probably the balmiest conditions that they've held the polar plunge in. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this Friday. Thanks for joining us, whether it's on YouTube. While you're there, make sure you subscribe to our channel, Cowboy State Daily. Maybe you're checking us out on Facebook Live, X Live. Shoot us a note, a comment. We're on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, and we're carried by radio stations throughout the state of Wyoming. Run it back on demand in case you missed anything, wherever you find, listen to, and download your favorite podcast. Gonna take a break for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. It's estimated 25 to 35% of Wyoming's forests are now dominated by ghost forests, standing dead timber from beetle epidemics and disease. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that researchers are saying it's time to start paying attention to limber pine before it follows the white bark into crisis.
Some of the samples were taken from trees in Wyoming, and basically they found that some limber pine have a genetic resistance. They have a gene that repels this rust fungus that causes this rust condition. But they've also found that there's some strains of this fungus that can overcome this genetic defense. And so it's a tough time to be a limber pine. There's a couple of famous limber pines actually in Wyoming. There was one near Grand Teton National Park that was iconic, and then there's one on the highway between Laramie and Cheyenne that is growing out of a rock.
Limber pines can live 2,000 years or more and survive where almost nothing else will, clinging to wind-swept ridges and rocky outcrops. People who shoot prairie dogs in Colorado should have to pick up the lead-riddled carcasses. So says a group calling for more regulation of hunting the rodents. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the group, Grasslands Colorado, is saying that hunting also leads to other wildlife getting lead poisoning.
They see it, people are coming on there and just mowing the prairie dogs down. They think it's actually gotten to the point where it threatens the prairie dog population, number one. And number two, they're worried about lead, like if bullets fragment inside prairie dogs and then a hawk or a coyote or whatever, badger comes along and eats the carcass, that animal's going to get, a secondary case of lead poisoning. So there's concern about that. What this group is calling for is saying, you know what, if people are going to shoot prairie dogs, they should at least be obligated to go collect the carcasses afterwards. And that would be unprecedented because the long-standing tradition is you shoot prairie dogs, you just leave them out there.
The group claims that recreational shooters kill so many prairie dogs on the Comanche National Grassland in southeastern Colorado that they're pushing the animals' colonies to the verge of extinction. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran. A year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be as transformative to society as the internet, the answer, he says, to both is yes. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
You have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February of 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're going to welcome in Downrange Warriors, one of our favorite organizations out of the Cody area. They got your six, don't worry, and they want to know what's your personal sit rep. You should ask yourself that regularly. What's your sit rep? We want to know. Share it. And remember, whatever you're going through, if you're ex-military, veteran, first responder, whatever you're thinking, and if you go to dark places, I promise you, you are not the only one. There's others who have been there, done that, and got out, and they'll help you and let you know how. Who's with us? I don't know. I was looking for Mike or Dave, and I got Todd.
Yes, this is Todd Bray, president of Downrange Warriors.
Excellent, Todd. So I want to talk about a whole bunch of things, including the fly tying going on, part of the MEND program that's in Cody. And also we're registering now for the Reboot Recovery. Let's start with a first responder thing that I think just wrapped up. How'd that go?
It was phenomenal. Actually, necessity is the mother of invention, and this whole thing started with a disaster in Byron with a mom and the 4 kids. And so our team went over there that night and sat with the officers, and we started a relationship then, and that has steadily grown to where we started recognizing better internally. We started recognizing the long-term trauma for our first responders throughout Park County and northwestern Wyoming. And so that grew into a weekly meeting, a discrete meeting where most people didn't even know they were there. And we've learned the value of a safe place for first responders. When you're in uniform, the public thinks they own you. And so we met at a restaurant. That did not go well at all. And so now we have opened an office. The very first formal office space of Downrange Warriors is open in Lovell, in a discrete place where they can come, be safe, where they can talk to people who have been through what they have been through, not just that night, but now in general.
Just because you put on a badge or a patch and you're called out on a 911 call, and you're trained, whether it's law enforcement or EMT, you receive proper training. That doesn't mean you're emotionally prepared to handle some of the things that you're going to see and experience. I mean, that's a whole nother level of things. Is it what you've seen? I noticed the incorporation of first responders now along the way with veterans. Is it similar stuff you see, the stress, the trauma, the same? Is it very similar, whether you are responding ambulance to a terrible car wreck, whether it's the Byron thing, which is, crazy to even think about, or just everyday law enforcement? Are that same things that you have to deal with anxiety and stress, that the same thing you'll see in the military, similar?
The answer is really yes and no. I address most of the military issues in our organization. We specialize. One of our cornerstones is you don't get to talk to somebody unless you have the credentials to be in the conversation. And that does not mean a degree. If I'm going to talk to a guy about his trauma in combat, then he has to be able to look at me, look through me actually, and know that I have thought that I was going to die in combat as well, or lost friends in it. But what we are learning now is first responder trauma is very different in some ways than military trauma. There certainly the advantage that I have and that all of us have, that we get to leave our trauma on the other side of the world. So there is a psychological, geographical escape mechanism that we think is enough. It's not enough when you come home. You bring it with you, but it's still over there. The first responder is totally different. We call it short cycling. They see the bad side of society all day long. And then they have to be nice. They have to be courteous. They have to do all those things. And then they come home and they're expected to be a husband, a wife, a parent. And so what we actually learned when our Park County Sheriff went through the program, an amazing man who has the humility to go through as a student, because he didn't want any of his deputies to go through something he hadn't been through already. And so Darrell Stewart went through, he and his wife, he said, I'm good. I'm fine. I don't have the problems everybody else does. And as they went through, they radically saw the damage it had done to their marriage. And so he would come home, take his uniform off in the garage, dress in his kind of work clothes, and go out to his shop and spend half the night there while his wife sat inside. And she said, what am I? What role do I have in your life? And so she basically raised their family, was very transparent. And now they're recovering from that. Just great things going on with their family. But what we saw was the cumulative effect of the first responder. You don't see your best friend's head blown off, but you see this child go through the windshield and that family's life disrupted, and peel somebody off the road, and seeing people when they're ugly and mean in a domestic, and it just goes on and on and on. So they consider that they don't have trauma because of that shorter cycle. And what it is, it's absolutely cumulative and dangerous.
Yeah, and Todd, you're required in that way. I can think, unlike a tour of duty where you're all in a different situation. You're all, overseas. You're all with your folks. If you're a first responder doing the job, it's just a shift. You constantly have to turn it on and off. There's a detox period every time your shift ends, and you got to bring it home or not bring it home. That's got to be very unique in that way and very tough. And I want anybody who is a first responder to know that Downrange Warriors there for you as well. Downrange Warriors, they originally started because just too many people. And here's some numbers for you. I was looking at how many in the military, and it's a hard number to put your finger on, are killed in conflict annually. And right now, without a huge war going on, the numbers are about 800 to 1,000 that may lose their life annually anywhere in the world. How many people take their own life a year that are military? It's like more than 8,000, right?
Correct.
Oh,
correct. We've whittled the number a little bit. It's hanging a little lower than 8,000, but who cares at that point? 8,000 people are despondent enough to take their own life, to know that they are going to ruin every life in their family, and they are despondent enough to make that move. And we have to give them the space. We have to give them, and in modern terms, safe space is pretty nauseating to a soldier or a police officer because it's been overused and done wrong. But they do have to have a place where they can talk to somebody else and that person know exactly how they feel and then not be judged and not be used against them. Everybody's got their cards close to their chest because everything's being used against us. So just to listen and go, dude, that's bad, and I am really sorry, So how does it make you feel? What do you want to do about that? What are you doing? These steps that you can take to vent that, because we tell guys, you are never going to forget it. We're not trying to make you forget it. We are giving you tools in your tool belt to handle it when it runs over you, where you wake up in the middle of the night screaming, going down the hall, that kind of thing.
Todd, I want you to talk. We're talking to Todd Bray, Downrange Warriors. You just hit on that a little bit earlier, but tell me again who you're going to be talking to when you turn to Downrange Warriors. That's the key. You don't have anybody on staff. You don't have any volunteers who have not been there, done that. You're talking about people that have looked death in the eye. They have put other human beings back together. They get it.
True. And that's what we do. The majority of our work is done one-on-one. A huge piece of our budget is spent on coffee or lunches, and we have to be careful that people understand how we work. We work one-on-one. We sit down. We find out the needs of that individual. If it's a lady, we are very quickly get a lady involved. We do not do cross-gender type of coaching at all. And I always want to say we are not counselors. We don't claim to be. We pass them off to a counselor if they need that, but none of these people will open up to a counselor. Normally, they never will. I never did. I probably had 30, maybe 40 opportunities when I came back in country to talk to a counselor, and I'd sit there and lie my butt off to them because I wanted to go home to my family. And so what we do is we kind of crack somebody open to where you can talk to somebody, and then we pass them off to somebody. So we see what their needs are. We pair them up with somebody who has been where they are and somebody that has victory on the other side.
I can't imagine. I don't have any experience in it, but I know I got a brother who's a cop. I know the thin blue line. I know when you put the badge on or you put the USA, the flag patch on, it creates a camaraderie. It creates that group. Like those are your bros. Those are your people. They got your six. And to talk to a civilian or anybody outside of that environment is you just don't know. You haven't. You have no idea, and so that's huge that Downrange Warriors does that. One unique thing about Downrange Warriors that is interesting, and I want you to explain it. It's a faith-based organization. Why is it? Non-believers is one of the first things they ask. Why do you have to bring God into it? Why do you, Todd?
It's a great question. And what we have learned over 8 years, we've saved over 200 lives. Who knows the ripple effect of how many family members that is? We don't spend a lot of time tracking that. But what we have learned is we can talk the guy off the ledge by giving him a vent, giving him a community. Then we have a 1-week interventive program that we pair up with Mighty Oaks. Then we do a 13-week program where they come once a week with their spouse, and we work their way through that. But all of those, even though 13 weeks sounds like 3 months a long time, that is short term when it comes to their long-term health. And what we have found is unless something's working on the inside, something from the inside out, unless, AA calls it higher power, unless something is working on the inside, they do not do well in the long term, 2, 3, 5, 10 years. And so we learned that lesson very quickly, that we needed supernatural power. We are a Christian organization. And we use that in our material very lightly. We use Bible stories because they're great warrior stories. Great warrior stories, and we dovetail that in. But there's a third leg to the stool. So first is the fact that you have the credentials to be in the conversation. Second is the fact we're faith-based, and we ask God to help us from the inside out when we're by ourselves and nobody's looking. And number 3, the third leg is community. You mentioned it. We call it the squad effect. When you come back from overseas, one of the main things we miss is our squad. Our guys that were around us. And when you're in the dead heat of a firefight and you really do believe we're going to die, you're not thinking about your flag, even though it's noble and patriotic. You're not even thinking about your wife or your kids. You're fighting for the people next to you, and you survive that. So when my wife and I, way back on the 3rd class of Downrange Warriors 8 years ago, we thought it was hypocritical for us to teach it again unless we'd gone through as a student. So we went through at the knee of someone else and went through all the paces. And it was crazy, man, what went on in the car going home. She chewed my right ear off. She said, let me get this straight. I've been married to you 20 years. I give you your sons. I warm your bed. I do everything a wife does. And you meet a guy 3 weeks into the course, and you're talking about things you've never talked to me about. She was very offended. And what she and I had to work out was the phenomenon of that squad effect, of that brotherhood of you don't open up, you don't talk to anybody unless they have seen the horror and been in what you're involved in. We got it worked out great. Now we warn others that this is coming. So what actually happens over those 15 weeks is they form a new squad. They form a new community. And we now have about 18 communities that all over the United States now, where when they have their dark moment, they automatically have a phone to pick up someone. And now we've got a new policy we put in the last year, and that is a formal mentorship program where they go through it. We assign a mentor to them that has got responsibilities to them, and then we share those phone numbers. We make them share those phone numbers so that when it's dark hours in the morning and you're embarrassed and you're having thoughts that you don't want anybody to know you're weak enough to have, you actually will dial the phone.
Those shared crisis situations build bonds that most of us will never know. Squad effect. I like that. That's the term I was looking for. That's really interesting. We're talking to Todd Bray, Downrange Warriors. One last thing, Todd, let's talk about reboot recovery. Remember, as we just learned from Todd, you don't have to be now in that dark place. You can think you're all right, and maybe you are, but you can still benefit from something like this. It's the military version. This course, the Reboot Recovery course, begins in Lovell January 20th. You got to get registered now.
Go to rebootrecovery.com. We still operate within their parameters. And you go in there and you choose, this one will be military. Mm-hmm. So you get to choose between first responder or trauma or military. Choose military, then choose a location. Okay, and go to, I don't know if it's labeled, I think it's labeled Cody because we're centered in Cody, but go there, register for that course. It will be in Lovell starting January the 20th at 6 o'clock in the evening. We serve supper. We have childcare. We cover every need that the individual can have. This particular course will have an emphasis on military, but we cross-pollinate all the time. If you're a first responder, you're welcome. First responder isn't just police officers. This is firemen.
Yeah. Some
of the worst trauma we see is with firemen. And it's going to be someone actually that's a first responder in an ER or a triage unit. But we put it there, and it starts there every week in the evening. We take care of everything. They just come with an open heart. They'll be very uncomfortable for about 2 weeks and go, I can't believe I'm here. I don't want to be here. And by around week number 7, week number 8, we can't run them out of the room. It's really a phenomenal thing to watch them finally find a place they can let their hair down and not hold it all inside.
Find your hope in Downrange Warriors. They got your 6. What's your sit rep? Ask yourself that question regularly and go find Downrange Warriors if you need it. Todd, thank you so much. Appreciate you being on. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you for having us on.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show on this finally Friday. And let's get right back to the room and pick up our meteorologist, Don Day, waiting for us. Do a little weather forecasting. I can't believe we're still seeing like pretty mild, warm temps. But yet at the same time seeing snow. It's a mixed bag. You got some snowpack levels well above 100%, and then you got areas of just brown dust and warm temps. Craziness. Don Day, what are you doing? How's your forecasting going?
Morning.
Morning.
Sorry, I didn't have my speaker on, so I missed part of what you said.
Oh, I just said it's a mixed bag of Wyoming. Snowpack levels, depending on where you are, like above average, doing really well. We got snow, we got avalanches, yet in other parts today, it might be 57 and sunny, like Wyoming.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a weather disturbance coming through today. So there is a bit more weather today across the state. And we're going to see pieces of that California storm come through. This is a piece today. There's another piece over the weekend. A bigger piece comes through late Monday into Tuesday. So the weather's going to get a little bit more busy, but that real big, big storm or that big, bad cold front. We're looking at something not until late next week, but around Thursday, Friday of next week. We talked about this last time we talked, that there are indications that the block is finally breaking down. And by late next week, it really will be broken. The block will be broken, and so the weather's going to be changing.
I'm looking, so December's in the books, and I'm looking at the 13th through the 27th, sort of the second half of December, and the results, very much like the first 2 weeks of December, far above normal average temperatures. Buffalo, Casper, even Big Piney, the little icebox of America. Do you have some December totals, Don?
No.
And we're
I
not
don't.
yet?
I don't have any December totals for you yet. We can talk about that later, but it's safe to say it's going to finish either, in the top 5 warmest Decembers on record, depending on where you are, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, the only cold part of December was the first few days of the month that were sub-zero. Then we had that little cold shot around Christmas, just after Christmas. But for the most part, it wasn't just Wyoming. I mean, it was the entire Intermountain West. And the Plain States, basically the whole western side of the nation, while the eastern side of the nation was the reverse.
Well, let's put it in real perspective. They just did the polar plunge yesterday, the new day in Lake De Smet, and normally people run in and run out. This time they were swimming across the lake. They were doing the backstroke.
SP level 9 suntan lotion.
It was just a beautiful day at the beach at Lake De Smet for the polar plunge. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Friday. We got to take a break. I'm overdue on this one. We'll be right back.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
back to the story from County 10, Fremont County. Lander Police Department post about New Year's Eve traffic stop. Somebody tried to flee and was roped by a civilian. Roped. And most of the comments are what you would think. Most of the Facebook comments, like most Wyoming thing ever and great job. The cowboy who roped the bad guy should get a buckle. One of my suggestions was we get body cam footage released. Many people did say body cam or it didn't happen. We want to see the video. Definitely. Body cam with audio. Yeah, I want to hear the audio too. Oof. I want to hear the guy when he gets roped. But I was surprised that there are a few people who are not down with this story. Dakota, who can't be from around here. Dakota says a random man assisted an officer by lassoing a scared, innocent until proven guilty citizen. Wow, isn't that assault? Dakota writes. If the cop was unable to catch the man fleeing, he deserved to get away, in my opinion. Instead, he was ganged up on and lassoed by his fellow man. Now he's being laughed at online by multiple police agencies. This is not my cup of tea. This is Dakota. I'm not going to share her last name. This, in my opinion, and Dakota's totally, her opinion counts, her opinion matters, and she's entitled to her opinion, and I just shared it with you, and thanks, Dakota, for sharing it with us on Facebook. But my reaction, my opinion is Dakota is part of the problem. I'm just kidding. No, I won't go that hard. But seriously, if you see this scenario and can't find the humor in it, number one, I mean, come on. This is so Wyoming. A cowboy just happens to help the cops by lassoing a fleeing suspect. If police are chasing someone, if I see law enforcement chasing a dude, I have to assume there's a reason he's being chased, and I would be inclined to assist. If it involved a rope, if I happen to have a rope handy, yes, I would get involved. My initial reaction would not be poor, scared, innocent until proven guilty a citizen. But, you know, playing the victim, identifying with the victim this way, and acknowledging that, yes, everybody is innocent till proven guilty. Even if you're being chased by the cops, doesn't mean you're guilty of anything yet. But playing the victim card to see this whole incident through the eyes of the victim, that's a real stretch. I can't get there, Dakota. I don't read this story and think, boy, this was terrible of the cops, terrible of to heroize the dude with the rope and the poor victim. No, I think, you know what? Once you run, and somebody cue Bad Boys, once you choose to run, hey, we're coming. And that might be spike strips. It might be a taser. Or it might be some cowboy who's just hanging out, and he might get involved and decide he wants to see if he can get you stretched in 4.6 seconds. It might be rodeo. It might be. Once you run from the good guys, all bets are off. But yeah, Dakota, it's this kind of thinking I don't get. This is the kind of thinking we saw in Minneapolis, the kind of thinking we saw and we still see in woke metropolitan areas. Dakota's comments, a random man assisted an officer by lassoing a scared, I love the way she injects this feeling. I don't know this dude was scared. I think he was just trying to beat beat the rap. Scared, innocent until proven guilty citizen. Isn't this assault? Again, once you start running, you can expect to be banged up a little bit. I mean, what about the cop that hit the swing set? If the cop was unable to catch the man fleeing, he deserved to get away. No, I just can't get there either, Dakota. No, he doesn't. This is not a game show where you win silly prizes. So if you run really fast, you deserve to beat the rap. No. Instead, he was ganged up on. That's how some people see it through their rose-colored glasses. When there's 5 cops and one of them's on top of the suspect and he's handcuffing him, and it looks like a gang. Look, you're ganging up on this poor guy. That's safety in numbers. That's law enforcement. Sorry. He's being laughed at online. Well, he kind of brought that on himself. I'm just surprised that, and Dakota's not the only one. There's others who also had a similar reaction. Susanna says, round them up like animals. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just finding the fun in this story. And the most Wyoming thing ever, Cowboy assists Riverton, Lander PD, and Fremont County SO in snaring a suspect trying to get away from a DUI stop. I don't know, Dakota. What happens if this guy does get away and then he gets back in his car and he's driving drunk? Innocent till proven guilty, allegedly driving drunk, and he runs you over later that night or in another month or next year. He drives drunk and he crashes into you, causes you damage or worse. Then what are you feeling about the roper and the law enforcement? Yeah, I don't know. I see the fun in it, and I see the Wyoming in it, and I'm always going to stand on the side of blue. I'm just surprised. It's always good to understand what other people see. And the same thing. You and I, we can all look at something that we think is so black and white. We can look at the 8 ball on a pool table. You, me, Dakota, and a couple other people. We could look at the 8 ball and say, that ball is black. And Dakota can say, I think it's dark, dark, dark blue. What? Okay, it's got the number 8 on it. It's the 8 ball with the number 8. Dakota could say, I don't know. If you turn it sideways, it kind of looks like it's the infinity sign. I think it's a dark blue infinity ball. What? We can all look at the same thing and see different stuff. And it's important to know what others see. When we're pretty dead sure that's an 8 ball, that's the black 8 ball. You sink that, you win. And others, and we'll just use the term Dakota, see a really dark blue infinity ball. Sink it and you lose. It's just so weird. Don wasn't ready to say December was the hottest on record. I am. I'm done. I'm 2 days into January, and I'm remembering December as freaking warm. Grable, 36 degrees average temperature normally for December, second half of December. We're talking 13th through the 27th, those 2 weeks. Normally, Grable is average 18 degrees. You were 36. What about Casper? Normally 24 degrees. Casper averaged 42 degrees in December. That's 18 degrees above the average. That's a record. Second warmest anyway, since they've been keeping track since 1939. Lander averaged almost 42 degrees for a high throughout that 2-week period in December. Typically, Lander should be more like 20 degrees. That's double, 21 degrees above the normal. The second warmest ever was a 35 degrees. So Lander shattered that by well over 6 degrees, 6.5 degrees. And they've been keeping records in Lander since 1891 on that. By far, second warmest 2-week period of December ever for Lander. Same for Riverton, 22 degrees above normal. Big Piney's 31 degree average temp for December 13th through 27th doesn't seem particularly warm, but Big Piney is America's little icebox. Normally, Big Piney, December, second half of December, you're lucky if it's double digits above zero. That means you're really sweating in Big Piney. Average temperature for the second half of December in Big Piney should be 11.5 degrees. That's it. And Big Piney was 31. Triple. 19.5 degrees above. Shattering anything that used to be. I mean, the second warmest, the second closest in Big Piney was 21 degrees average. And they did that back in, I want to say 1998. Everywhere you look, Worland, Rock Springs, even Lake Yellowstone, Gray Bowl, far above average, shattering records. It was the warmest December ever in Wyoming. Don Day doesn't have the actual numbers yet, but he's compiling. He'll have them next week, he said. I don't need to see the numbers. I already know. That was one warm, unusual December. Yet, somehow, it did snow. I don't think many of us had a white Christmas, if any. It was a rainy Christmas, even in Teton County. Yet, look at the snowpack. Currently, this is as of late December. I don't have an exact date, but, oh, yes, I do. December 29th. As of December 29th, snowpack levels for the state of Wyoming. And you could think, boy, they got to be well below average, right? No. The Snake Basin, 125%. That includes, of course, Teton and Lincoln County for the most part, a little bit of Sublet. The Snake Basin, 125% above average snowpack. So somebody got snow. Shoshone, snowpack, 126 above. What about northern Yellowstone? I don't know if this one has a name. I just see it as WY for Wyoming. 145% above average snowpack. How about the Upper Green? Yeah, they got snow down in Pinedale. The Upper Green Basin, 125% above. Wind Basin covers the Wind River Range and more, 124% above average snowpack. The Lower Green was right around average, 99%. Bighorn close, 91%. Sweetwater Basin, 115% above average. And then you get into the eastern part of the state, and yes, this is the part of Wyoming that's undergoing drought. The Powder Basin, 88%. Belle Fourche, 48% snowpack right now, well below what they should be. Platte, 24% snowpack. Laramie, down there in the state capital, Laramie, 66%. Now, if you've driven over Elk Mountain lately on I-80, you got to be thinking, no way, there's plenty of snow, plenty of winter. Not really. Snowpack showing 66% of normal. So, yeah, when you get east of the divide, those numbers tail off. But west of the divide, Wyoming Basin's doing very well with the snow water equivalent of the snow that is down. We've put snow in the mountains, no doubt. Just nowhere else. And it has been warm. We'll recap next week when Don Day comes on. We'll drill down on what was December weather. Hoping for Andrew Rossi to be here. Let's clear the way for him.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show. I'm Jake. He's Andrew. Let's get him in here. As Rossi is making the scene. First time I've seen this guy since last year. How was Christmas, Andrew?
Oh, really, Jake? We're going with that joke?
I know. So stupid.
I can't fault you. I do the same thing all the time. It was a good holiday, and I'm happy to be back and now have the holidays behind us. We can get back to a normal routine.
Yeah, that period between Christmas and New Year, we talk about that being so hazy. You don't know what day it is, what hour it is. If it weren't for the sun rising and falling, we'd be like, it's all the same. It's weird week.
Weird 2 weeks, especially with the placement of the holidays this year.
Yeah. So I had Don on regularly just earlier this hour, and I asked him if he can recap December yet, if he's crunched the numbers. He said, not yet. Ask him next week. But I think we know December is going to turn out to be the, or at least one or two warmest ever in Wyoming. The numbers, oof.
Yeah, definitely one of the, I think, is safe to say at this point, based on the fact that we broke so many records so consistently. I mean, we're not talking about the anomalous one day where we had record high temperatures. We're talking about places that broke their high temperature records day after day, especially in the week and the days leading up to Christmas itself. So if it's going to be the warmest, who's to say at this point? And it's going to be different depending on where you look, because I think that's another variable to consider as well, is that just because it might have been the warmest Christmas ever in Riverton doesn't necessarily mean that's true everywhere else. But it's looking like it's possible, just based on the numbers that we were reporting on as we went through the month, of really weird and really concerning month of weather, but at least the mountains were doing just fine.
Yeah, it's so weird that we're able to snowpack. If you're west of the divide is above 100% above average, you go east of the divide. That's why they're in drought in that part of the state. But who's to say about December? I'm already ready to call it. You're ready to pump the brakes like Don Day on the weather and throw water on my fanatical December recap. But that was the warmest in Wyoming across the board. We'll find out. We'll see.
If you are vindicated, Jake, I will not be surprised, and I will happily acknowledge it.
You haven't written this story, but I wish you would. If you would somebody has to look into this incident that happened New Year's Eve. County 10's got a great story on it, and I appreciate their coverage. That Lander Police Department was assisted in the capture of somebody trying to get away from a DUI stop on New Year's Eve and was roped by a civilian. And there's so many questions I have, like, why does the guy have a lasso at 11 o'clock at night on New Year's Eve? Was he mounted? Is he on a horse? And I just need to know more about what went down. That sounds like an Andrew story.
Yeah, I have questions about that too. That's an unorthodox technique, to say the least.
Totally. Human remains found. I know this is normally Jen's beat. Jen is busy. She asked you to step in. Great job. But we learned that maybe, I don't know whether the location would indicate, but it may be David Williams, talking about a guy who disappeared in the 80s, 1980, 45 years ago. Maybe, but we do know that Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken has said that, yes, they're human remains, and then we got to do some testing.
Well, you emphasize the right word, is that it could be anybody. It may be archaeological remains. It could be from an indigenous culture from back in the day. That's always the questions that hover in the air whenever you find human remains. The thing about Wyoming, though, is that we just don't have, proportionally at least, a lot of missing person cases. So whenever we hear, oh, we found human remains in this spot, that narrows down the list of potential people pretty quickly. So that's when you have people who are invested in these sort of things and their families who have that moment of, is this going to be the person that we're missing, that has been gone for so long, and is this going to be proof that they met the end of their story at this spot? So that's why there's a lot of kind of anticipation and dread at the same time as we await the report on who these remains might belong to. At least an age and a gender would be enormously helpful if we can't get anything beyond that.
Yeah, are the remains 45 years old or 450 years old? This happened on BLM land, right? So it would be the feds taking over?
Yeah, I tried calling the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, and it's, as these things go, they tend to let the agency that's leading the investigation take the helm on this sort of thing. So they deferred to the BLM, and I wasn't able to get them. So hopefully we'll have some idea soon, at least on an age of how old the remains are, because if they're not within the last 100 years, then it's going to be not as relevant for people who are trying to solve missing person cases. But we won't know until they put that out there. And they've had the remains since December 19th. So I would imagine that information is going to come out sooner rather than later.
Andrew Rossi is with us on a Finally Friday of the show. We were talking about weather, how warm December was, yet we still got snow. And because of how warm, in part, that moisture from the Pacific that is just riding this atmospheric river was pounding Wyoming mountains pretty good. Some mountain ranges. We're talking about like heavy snow that came down in a hurry, and that almost always means avalanche. Certainly saw it. Bridger Teton Avalanche Center reporting numerous slides, and one of them, two of them near fatal. One was fatal. There was a fatality in there somewhere. There's been some avalanches.
Yeah, the skier who got caught in an avalanche on, I believe it was December 20th, they eventually died from the injuries they sustained several days after the fact. But yeah, at this point, there have been dozens of avalanches reported in just the Tetons alone. And that's just the ones that have been reported. So that means there was somebody on site to actually reach out to the Bridger Teton Avalanche Center and say, hey, I saw this avalanche or I heard it. So there could have been dozens more in addition to those that just weren't recorded. That's how these things work.
That avalanche airbag system is fairly recent, that invention. I mean, you got to go out there with a beacon for sure, a shovel. You got to go out there with a partner, all these precautions you can take. But at the very end, if you are caught in an avalanche, anybody who's been in one says what they try to do is swim to the top of it. You got to stay above the sliding snow. One thing that helps is those airbag deals. It helped this one guy.
Yeah, it's physics, basically, what it comes down to. If you understand the physics of how avalanches work, these airbags, essentially, you put them on your person, and then if you deploy it, it'll help you rise to the top. Now, the interesting thing is, when I spoke to the director of the Bridger Teton Avalanche Center, he says that these packs make a significant difference in about 11% of cases where they're involved. And you might think, well, that doesn't sound like,
sounds low.
That's significant. But the thing is like that, the air pack will get you to the top of the avalanche. And I think it does that pretty successfully. That doesn't stop you from getting hit by a tree or getting slammed into a rock in the process of being caught in that avalanche. So it's not a perfect tool, but I imagine for anybody who's winter outdoor enthusiasts. I know it's probably a more elegant way to say that.
And then you throw recreating in there somewhere. And
yeah, anybody who enjoys being outside in the winter, especially in the mountains where there is a risk of avalanche, you want every chance you can get of surviving these things and making sure you can be recovered. And this is just one of the many tools that's available out there. And it's a pretty nifty one, if I do say so myself. It's basically a life jacket except for the snow.
Well, here we are, day 2 of January, day 2 of a new year, and the weather's been kind of today similar to what we saw December 27th. Story from Andrew Rossi showing what a two-piece weather forecasting it's been. And difficult for Don Day. Eastern Wyoming, hot and dry. Torrington today, t-shirt weather, upper 50s. Alpine, you're getting snow. It's been like that all December. And the divide of Wyoming, even the trees don't know what to do. Andrew, in Colorado, Utah, they're blooming. The trees think it's spring.
Yep. Well, the thing that I'm sure Don told you in the conversations you've had with him about the weather is that even if the blocking pattern that kept December so warm has ended, if it's gone away completely, it's not going to be a complete 180 rapid turn in the winter. There's going to be a transition. I mean, Don, he tries to find historical analogs to what we're experiencing. And when we talk, he keeps going back to December 2010 when temperatures were extremely warm. And then if you use that as a model, you say, well, December 2025 is similar enough to December 2010. What happened after that? It was a relatively mild January as temperatures started to settle back down in what we would expect to be a normal or average range. And then we got hit really hard with winter weather going into February and March. So is that a perfect analogy? No, and even Don will admit that. But it might give us some idea of what we're in for as we get further into the year. So you can't just snap your fingers and have winter weather all of a sudden. We're going to have to go through that transitional period. And the trees will adjust. If they might not be as productive in fruit as they go into the spring season, but once we get consistently cold enough temperatures, they'll understand what's going on and they'll settle back into it.
Andrew, loved your story about Little America and why a little tuxedo, well, not so little, we learned, the emperor penguin, a tuxedo bird came to be the marketing animal. SM Covey had a great idea of making Little America a rest stop for travelers. Not such a great idea bringing a live emperor penguin there. It didn't quite work.
No, it's one of those things where I have to be honest, Jake, you look at a story like that and it's like, didn't you understand that was a bad idea at the time? Like, that's one of those things where I can understand being ambitious back at that time period and trying to push boundaries and whatnot. But you're talking about an animal that exclusively lives in the coldest place on Earth, and they honestly thought, yeah, that we can put this in a crate and ship it to Boston and then ship it to Wyoming, where it'll have a long and productive life. It's like, I don't see any rationale where somebody looked at that and said, yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, this is the 30s, so, we didn't know as many things in the 1930s, but we should have known. The penguin didn't make it. I think we tried 2 of them, but we've got it taxidermied, and it remains. I always wondered why, when I'm traveling I-80, and which was the old 30, what's the deal with the penguin at Little America? And now we know.
Yep, it's an emperor penguin. They wanted to have it there as a mascot because the Little America was named after an Antarctic headquarters or base camp during one of the expeditions during that time. And so this is a cute idea. And of course, the penguin was the iconic mascot of Little America for most of its history. They really only stopped using it within the last 20 years or so, I believe. But emperor penguins are difficult to keep in captivity today, let alone over a century, or nearly a century ago. So there was no chance for those poor penguins, or at least the one. That's the interesting thing, Jake, is that everybody seems to know the Little America penguins, but the only information that I could consistently go to about what happened to them are the plaques in front of the penguins themselves. So as far as I know, and I'm not saying this to toot my own horn, I think that's a fact, this is the most official history anyone's ever put together about these Little America penguins. And I still don't have a lot of information.
Great story from Andrew Rossi, Little America penguins, weather, all kinds of wild stuff. Find out who that roper was in Riverton. We got to know. And whether he was just riding a horse on 11 o'clock at night on New Year's Eve. So weird.
He must have been at the end of his rope. That's all I can say for now.
Maybe. We're at the end of this interview, Andrew. Have a great weekend.
You too, Jake. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Time for news. Let's do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be seen as transformative to society, the answer is yes to both. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
And you have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words in the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct. And so what the prosecutor did Tuesday was he went ahead and filed his counter argument, pushing back on the defense attorney who had asked the judge to dismiss the case.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February 2024. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran, a year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Carbon County Sheriff announced on Wednesday that human remains have been discovered near a well site. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports just who those remains are hasn't been determined.
The remains were found on December 19th near a well site on BLM land, so it's a BLM investigation. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office is deferring to them. The thing that's interesting, though, about Wyoming is that because we're such a sparse population, people remember these missing persons cases. There's a lot of anticipation about the identity of these remains. Who did they belong to, and what was the cause of their death?
An investigation is underway after remains were discovered near an oil and gas well site in an undisclosed area of Carbon County, so said Sheriff Alex Backen on Wednesday. A leading missing persons advocate wonders if it may be David Williams, who disappeared 45 years ago. Sublette County opened its first hospital in September and has been burning through cash ever since. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that hospital officials are hoping to get some of the $250 million in federal health care money Wyoming was given this week.
Because Sublette County Hospital is not considered a critical access hospital yet, it still has to go through a lot of permissions and inspections and applications. They're having to burn through cash because they're having to operate more as a general hospital, which means that their staffing is higher than it needs to be. So they're hoping to get a piece of this $205 million to help with their cost of keeping rural healthcare sustainable while they continue to work to get this critical access status.
The community celebrated in September when the almost $74 million medical complex opened in Pinedale, nearly 100 years after the idea of building a medical facility was first broached. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane!
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a finally Friday. That means Bill Sniffin's here. First time of the year. Let's get the year started off right. Bill recapped 2025 in his latest column. As per usual, biggest story, one of the biggest, and we'll run them down, definitely was tragedy. That the heartbreaking story about the mother and Byron. I mean, that we never thought it would happen in Wyoming, much less Byron. And that if this happens anywhere in the country, it's news. It's a tough one, Bill.
It is. And good morning, Jake, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Good morning.
No, I've covered two other tragedies, but not quite on that scale. We had a family member in Crowheart, probably 35 years ago, gunned down 4 members of his family with a high-powered rifle. He was just literally sniper. And then we had a family in Hudson, Wyoming, that they literally set fire to their trailer and burned up their kids to fake get an insurance settlement. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So, yeah. But I gotta say that story in Byron was so heartrending, and I'm proud of Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland. My gosh, she wrote such a heart-rending story on that, and but it was just unbelievable. And in my column, I did quote some of those items, but yeah, I thought that between the loss of Wyoming icons like Dick Cheney, Al Simpson, and Jerry Spence, Judy Catchpole, Kim Love, we lost a lot of really, really, really important people in 2025. But the big story and the big tragedy was, holy smokes, This thing in Byron with the mother that killed her 4 children and herself, just beyond belief. And the father survives, and how in the hell does he deal with it? I mean, that's where that in some ways that's the question people ask. And again, Claire McFarland went up there, visited with him, and in a very kind way told that story for our readers. And it was what a punch in the gut that whole thing was. So it was that was the story of the year. And much like the top story of the previous year was the policeman in Sheridan who was gunned down. And Krinke was his last name.
Nevada Krinke, yeah.
Nevada Krinke, yeah.
Yeah, this happened back, early February. So this story obviously had legs. We remember it as we recap 2025. It happened early in the year, and unusual, given for me. Most times, if something like this is happening, parent turns on the kids. It's usually a dad, like maternal instincts you hope kick in, and a mother rarely does. But you do have mothers drowning their kids, and a woman with the firearm. That also made it unusual to me. This woman just tortured in her mind. Shot 4 kids, then herself. And then Claire McFarland's coverage, not to overshadow the tragedy, but her coverage was really, really good. What we needed was some humanness to the story. It was ugly, a horrible story, but Claire got in there and got some humanness out of it from the dad. Great coverage.
It really was. And I'm looking forward in 2026 because I think they did end up filing a lawsuit because today we live in a time with some amazing drugs that are high-powered, and sometimes they don't know the after effects or what these drugs can lead to. And apparently she had some issues and was on some fairly high-powered drugs. And hopefully, if they do have a trial or something, maybe that'll, they'll have some kind of explanation for how on earth. Because I've in all my years, I've only been in the news business pushing 60 years. Two things about that made no sense. Number one is of course, a mother just doing anything to a child. That's her child. But also a female using a firearm, which is, you're right. The ones I've seen before were drownings or the poisonings or something, but not that was made the story really extraordinary. But gosh, Jake, it's good to see you. We missed you last week. You had a guy filling in. He did a nice job. But where did you go? Did you have some fun, I hope, or did you just stay home and hide out, or what'd you do?
Yeah, I drove to Minnesota because, of course, without winter in Wyoming, I thought I got to find winter somewhere. It wasn't in winter. There was not a white Christmas in Minnesota either. Rainy. So unusual December, huh?
Man, the roads probably were decent for a change. I grew up just 30 miles south of the Minnesota border in extreme northeast Iowa, and so I'm very familiar with winters, weather there. And the most defining characteristic compared to Wyoming is it can be so overcast and gray. You can't find the sun, and you don't know what time it is. It's just so and depressed. Oh my God, it's a depressing time.
It was super gray. Santa needed to put the high beams on and the water skis on the sled. It was not winter. But I came home on the way home in Sodak in South Dakota at some C-store filling up, and I met a couple from Glen Rock who saw me wearing a Du Bois hoodie, and we got to talking about Wyoming, and they were they were fans of the show. Like, who would know? Isn't that funny?
That's it's the old saying, you can't make this stuff up, but all of us are trying to get away from this.
Yeah.
Although our editor at Cowboy State Daily I don't know what's wrong with him, but Jimmy Hoare, he just loves the cold. He wants it to be cold. I'm saying, what is wrong with you?
No, yeah, I don't mind the mild December. We're gonna get it sooner or later. One thing we saw in 2025 was for me an unusual high amount activity of the Aurora Borealis. I know Dave Bell loved it.
Oh, man, I tell you, that was I didn't get to see much of that, unfortunately, but boy, Dave did, and he got some literally once in a lifetime kind of photos. It was I'm a huge fan of photographers and good photo opportunities, and man, I tell you, I don't know if we're going to see that again in our lifetimes, but that was extraordinary.
Northern Lights were going
Big
crazy.
story.
And you touched on who we lost in 2025, and unfortunately, I don't know if it makes your Mount Rushmore of Wyoming even more important because we need to immortalize these people before we lose them, or they fell off the mountain. But yeah, Vice President Dick Cheney, U.S. Senator Al Simpson, they were to have been on your idea for a Mount Rushmore, and we're half staff with them in 2025, and currently until January 6th, flag at half staff for Judy Catchpole. We're losing people.
No, we are, and it's also interesting to as two guys in the news business, we know that there's a huge number of old folks that, and it didn't apply in these cases, but they seem to want to wait till they get through Christmas or get through the new year. And then they sort of give up, and all of a sudden, man, here's a flurry of deaths. And you think, whoa, but it's at some point, it's going to happen to all of us. It's going to happen to me a lot sooner than you, Jake. But this is my 80th year. So I'm, let's see, I've got a cat. No, just I'm doing fine is what I'm saying. But it's I've lost a lot of friends. Oh my gosh, friends and classmates, and it was real interesting. On a personal, I'll tell you a little personal story. My wife's first boyfriend, she was asking her daughter to look it up and see where he was, and found out that he had died. He died like 4 years ago. So they said, well, Dad, who was your first girlfriend? So I looked her up. And she died 4 years ago, a week after. And I said, well, and we're still together. We're going to celebrate our 60th anniversary. But I said, man, we picked a couple longer livers than we once. Anyway, you get to this age, the funerals is your biggest social activity, I'm afraid.
Yeah. One last thing.
Let's hope nobody dies in 2026. That's just
nobody.
Can we just hold off?
Let's just outrun the guy with the sickle all year long. 2025 had politics in it as usual. Began the year with a bang, both with POTUS, nationally, and Trump voted in here in Cheyenne. We had our legislative session that met and wrapped up with the Freedom Caucus. Saw a huge swing toward conservative, huge swing to the right for the United States and Wyoming. A lot of politics stories in 25.
Yeah, politics is it becoming kind of a blood sport here in Wyoming. And the old labels don't apply because you used to say conservative, you used to say Republican. Well, you talk to 70% of the people of Wyoming, they say, I'm Republican and I'm conservative. And yet you dive a little deeper, and these folks have entirely different approaches to things. And in many ways, I have a lot of friends in the Freedom Caucus. These folks are very sincere, and I think they see what they consider crazy spending, and they want to tighten up on things. I kind of tend to drift towards the traditional Wyoming Republican conservative, and as I get older, I really worry about medical care and elder care. Wyoming is despite our relatively severe temperatures and weather, we're one of the older populations of any state, and that's a big deal. And so far, so good for my wife and myself, although she's been having some health issues. But I think that's a big deal, and we need to make sure that people have the ability to be taken care of. And I actually have another column, Jake, that I'm coming out with this Sunday, and it's looking ahead to 2026. And one of the things I talk about in there is this medical and this $205 million we're getting from the feds. You know how long that's going to last in Wyoming? Yeah. It's medical care is just it's a broken system. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic to it, and yet I have to say, Medicare generally is a phenomenal thing. As someone who has been on it now for 15 years, and when you see how well Medicare works, it makes you wonder why we can't have something like that. I would like to see at least have maybe some kind of universal catastrophic health insurance for people, because otherwise, when my wife and I, fortunately we owned our own businesses, and but because of various illnesses and ailments, we were paying $35,000-$40,000 a year for health insurance premiums before we turned 65. And then boom, it dropped to about $1,200. I couldn't believe it. But that's the reality. If you get older and you've got health conditions, anyway, that's a depressing subject and not very newsy and very fun. Jake, looking ahead, I think our energy boom. I think this stuff going on in Kemmer is just going to be. I think we'll see at least a dozen other projects down there around that big nuclear plant. The thing that's happening in Gillette with the small nuclear reactors, that has international implications. It is that's so big when you think about what small nuclear reactors are going to do in this AI powered world we're looking at. It's going to be gigantic.
Yeah, I'm excited for 2026. We'll hear more talk of nuke. We'll hear more talk of these rare earths and data centers, all that stuff. And I hope, yes, that rising to the top of the to-do list for a federal government anyway is something about healthcare. We got to fix it. It's starting to crunch everybody. Yeah, it's hugely important. Bill, enjoy your 2025 recap and can't wait to see what we get done here in 26. We got Father Malloy waiting for us. Do you follow the Knives Out Netflix series?
I listened to what you said earlier.
So good.
I like the Knives Out movie, but I've only seen the first one, and of course I'm a lifelong Catholic, so I'm going to try to listen in to see what. We've had this conversation before. You're another one of those Catholics too.
Yeah,
aren't you? So we want to know. This is going to be very interesting.
Similar to what the Da Vinci Code did to and for the Catholic Church, this Knives Out also, but in a different way. It'll be interesting to hear the take of the Catholic Church on the Knives Out, the latest, the third edition of the movie. It's a great movie. Go see it if you get a chance.
Is it in theaters or is it on?
It's on Netflix.
All right, that's perfect. I love it.
It's really good. It's good, and I'd be interested to hear everybody who is of the faith, the Catholic faith, what they think. Does it get it right? And it doesn't get everything right. And what they get wrong, can you live with for what they got right? It's very interesting. Yeah, but we got to do that. We got to bust out for a break. Bill, have a great weekend. Happy New Year again.
You bet, Jake. And I loved your comments on the nutty football yesterday. That was unbelievable.
to the game that wouldn't end. Oh, yeah.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily with Jake. It's a finally Friday. We get Father Rick Malloy in here. Just call him Muggs, as his hat would indicate. Muggs is with us. Now, we have to start out full disclosure. Muggs and I do not share the same allegiance when it comes to sports teams. He's from the Philadelphia area, Eagles, Phillies fans. Thank God we serve the same king and creator. We have that in common, Father Rick, but otherwise, boy, I can't get with you with the Eagles.
Well, you know what you used to call a Philadelphia Eagle for many, many years?
What?
Philadelphia Eagle had a Super Bowl ring. You called him a thief. So now that we've got two, I mean, God is good. God is great. Things worked out.
I guess so. You must be living right there in eastern Pennsylvania.
We hope so.
You may have seen Father Malloy if you live in Wyoming, and here's how. He spends his summers, I don't know if you're still doing this, as the Catholic chaplain of the Yellowstone National Park, and he leads masses in. I've seen you up in Cody, I think, not personally, but I saw a video. You still doing that?
I work for St. Anthony's Church in Cody. The great people of St. Anthony's Church make it possible for a priest to come out there for 75 years to do mass in the park, and it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah.
For a kid from Philadelphia, it's a dream come true. Years ago, I saw the movie Spencer's Mountain when I was in Philadelphia, a little kid. I said, I just want to go live there someday. And I got to do it. So I'm out in Wyoming near the Grand Tetons, and, it's beautiful.
You must be a movie watcher, because we're going to talk about movies, Christmas movies, where you find God in Christmas movies. I want to talk about what movies like the Da Vinci Code and the recent one out now, Knives 3-3, Wake Up Dead Man, the Dead Man one, how they paint the Catholic Church, what they get right, what they get wrong. I want to dig into that. But first, let's give a report card, Father. We're 25 years into the new year, and this is a new Roman Catholic Church. You're talking about Catholics who they don't change. You want to talk about, other than the guilt thing, the Catholics will not be known for being quick to change things, but there has been changes.
Well, there's been the work of the Spirit and a purifying work. The horror of the Catholic sex abuse by priests in the early 2000s that came to light. And it's been, it's easy to say it's been in many other institutions, and, it's no worse than other, but it's still a horrible thing that happened. And we confessed, we prayed for mercy, we prayed for forgiveness, we prayed for the victims, and we always care about the victims more now than we did before, unfortunately. And, we should have always cared about the victims. But I would say in the year 2002, I thought I was just going to have to go get my truck driver's license and get a job. It looked just terrible.
Yeah.
And now you look at the world, you see so much positive energy, so much grace-filled energy in the world, despite it all, despite so much evidence to the contrary. Especially in popular culture, you're seeing more and more positive signs. There's still the never-ending criticism of the church, some of it justified, but you're also seeing full churches. I go to Yellowstone and people show up for Mass. People show up. I'm in Omaha right now visiting friends and family. Churches here are full. People are looking for God. People are trying to find where God is present and active in our lives. And we have to open ourselves to cooperate with God to make a world of peace and justice and joy and love.
People are looking for those answers, looking for a God, looking for a reason, especially during the holiday seasons. And sometimes you can find it in a message, in a Christmas movie. Let's talk about that. Whether it's a Wonderful Life or even Home Alone, you can find a little bit of God in Christmas. You should find a lot more, but you can find some.
Well, the more you look, the more you see. One thing that really surprised me, Home Alone, you keep looking at these movies, you learn more and more and more. I do this retreat, Finding God in Christmas Movies. And this year, I came across a clip where a young man makes the point that Marley in Home Alone is a Christ figure.
Huh.
As he begins, you see him out shoveling snow, but he's actually salting the earth. He has a bandage on his hand with red blood. And, it looks like he's pierced hand. And then he has the great scene with Kevin in the church, where there's this great call to reconciliation with his son. And little Kevin sort of says, I'd talk to my dad if he called me at Christmas. And then when the bad guys look like they're really going to get little Kevin, Mr. Marley shows up and saves the day. Very fascinating reading of the Home Alone movie, which just seems like a fun, goofy little movie for kids. But there's a lot there. And also, what's he want? He wants his family back. He wants his family to come home, even with his big brother who's getting all mad for him messing up his room. That's one. The other one, of course, is the classic It's a Wonderful Life. First of all, it's such a story of God's work in the world. It's a Wonderful Life was not all that successful at first. It came out in 1946. We got nominated for some Oscars, but it didn't make a big splash. Best Years of Our Lives won all the Oscars, as it should. That was a great movie. But It's a Wonderful Life, the copyright, they forgot to renew the copyright in 1964. And that meant it could be showed on TV for free. And as cable came and people were trying to fill up cable, it was on in the late 70s, 80s, all the time.
Yeah.
Now somebody bought up the copyright. It's not on as often, and a lot of young people haven't seen it, which is terrible. But It's a Wonderful Life started as a short story. It ends up being made in a movie that's kind of forgotten. And then 20, 30 years later, it's like God gives us this great gift of pay attention to this story. Pay attention to George Bailey and Mary Bailey. Realize that your life matters, that your life is worth something, that God cares about you, that God cares about your suffering, that God wants to bring you through your suffering, through friends and family, through relationships, through your self-sacrificing love and work for others. It's an amazing movie.
Prior to April 1st, 1976, Father Rick Malloy would have probably not envisioned himself in the Society of the Jesuits. You were accepted into the order on April Fool's Day, 1976. Similar to, and we'll try not to give any spoiler alerts away, but similar to the lead character in the movie that I want to talk about, Knives Out, Wake Up Dead Man, similar to Father Judd, who he comes from a boxing background. Father Rick came from a sports life in Philly, tough kid, partying kid. You would have never thought this guy would be putting on the collar. Look at him today.
The guys I went to high school with at St. Joe's Prep, the Jesuit high school in Philadelphia, believe me, I was the least likely kid in the history of the school to become a Jesuit. God really worked in my life and saved me in some ways. I went to Lafayette College, played football and lacrosse, was a crazy fraternity kid. I mean, we made Animal House look like choir boys. But I got very lucky. I ended up working in a nursing home in a very curious set of circumstances, and working with those old people, helping them die, really turned me around and said, what's life all about? What are we all about? And that movie, Knives Out, the third one, it's a really interesting depiction of the Catholic faith, the Catholic priesthood. One priest is really nuts and a little crazy, but the younger priest is really a good guy. And you just see him trying to deal with evil, trying to deal with all the problems that come at him, but he does it with faith, he does it with mercy, he does it with love. The one thing I wish Hollywood would get right, though, Catholics go to confession. We don't take confession.
Yes.
We don't take communion. We receive communion. But I'll still take Hollywood trying to show us some things that are positive and good about the church, about so many things. The other thing I want to get in before we get back to that, Hallmark movies.
Oh,
amazing. Yeah. Hallmark movies are just fun. You can be cynical and call them, you can call them bubblegum for the brain, but they're little parables. The Don McMillan thing about the code and how he breaks the code is funny. But, they just bring home the message that we should love one another, that we should care for one another, that we should have hope that things will work out, that kids will be cared for, that small towns will be saved, that cities will improve. And we need messages of hope. We need messages that love is valuable and worthwhile, and stick with it.
Yeah, the Hallmark movies are not Bible thumping movies. They're like Bible bumping movies. Just a little nudge.
I'm going to steal that from my homilies. I like that one. Bible bumping movies.
Here's what I gravitated me to the movie Knives Out. Initially, I'm watching Father Judd, the younger priest in this movie, and I'm looking at a well-rounded portrayal of a Catholic priest. Normally, Catholic priests, it's very one-dimensional. Yep. You're either this or that. This is a guy, warts and all, kind of like the Old Testament David. And how did director Ryan Johnson, I think he got that right. He showed us a very fallible priest that we could gravitate to. We saw something in him. How did he do that? He got advice from Father Scott Bailey, a priest in the Archdiocese into the Denver area. Father Bailey maybe should have said, something about the confession thing, but he did advise here. And I wonder what you thought about the portrayal of priests in the Catholic faith. The language for me, I was cringe, but overall, what do you think?
I think it was, Hollywood sometimes gets it right and sometimes gets it wrong. But mostly, I think I appreciate the attempt to get it right. And I think they get it more right than wrong in that movie. The young priest is thrown into a situation that is just, Hollywoodized. Usually a priest's life is not that dramatic.
Yeah.
But he does care about people and he does listen to people. If you look at the great portrayals of Catholic priests in Hollywood over the years, from Bing Crosby in Going My Way and The Bells of St. Mary's, to some of the more recent depictions, you really get a sense that we are being treated fairly. Even Spotlight, which won the Oscar portraying the clerical sex abuse in Boston, pointed the finger not just at the Catholic Church, but at the society, at the Boston culture, and at the Boston Globe at the end. I thought that was a very fair portrayal. And you get, there's a little movie called The Noel. That was a good little priest movie. I'm trying to think of some others. But overall, we communicate who we are more and more through Hollywood movies. We see the images of who we are through Hollywood movies. And we have to call on Hollywood to do things well and do things in a way that isn't Bible thumping, baby, but Bible bumping. Bringing the message that life is good. Because so many young men today, so many young people today are so cynical, and they have lost all hope in institutions. But like I said, given where we were 25 years ago, I'm surprised at the strength of the Catholic Church and many churches where young people are coming back, where young people are searching for answers, searching for community, searching for the presence of a God who loves us and is powerful in our lives.
Amen. If you haven't seen the movie, directed by Ryan Johnson, who is not a believer, I think he may be Protestant, or he certainly has not embraced a religion or a faith. And then kind of he is basically Daniel Craig's character, Benoit Blanc, the famous detective who is very much not down with the Catholic faith, and yet he works with Father Judd. And I thought my favorite scene of the movie, and I think it was every Catholic priest's favorite scene in the movie, is when they were hard after, evidence. They were trying to follow the case. What's the next clue? We got to solve who's the killer. And Father Judd takes time out to field a phone call from somebody, not even from the flock, who needs prayer. And goes and does that right here. And the movie hits like an abrupt stop. It's like the brakes are hit. And Benoit Blanc says, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm doing what we do. I'm saving souls, man."
And you're right. It was just a beautiful portrayal of what really happens. I wear my collar when I travel. I was told by a woman, good friend of mine, kind of a second mother to me. She said, "You should wear your collar when you travel. People might want to talk to you." And it doesn't happen often, but it does. And I walked into the airport one day, and this African-American woman comes up to me, and she's not dressed very well. And she says, "Father, could I talk to you?" And I thought, oh my gosh, she's going to ask me for money. Boy, was I wrong. She said, "Would you please pray with me?" And we just had a little prayer. And she went on her way, and I went on my way. No big flash, no big transformation of the world. But in that moment, I realized that God is working in our lives, and in some bumbling way, working through me at times. And I'm extremely grateful for that.
Father Rick Malloy, Father Muggs on the show. We got to have you on again. We just haven't had enough time. Maybe when in February, when the Eagles win another Super Bowl. I can't believe that came out of my mouth.
From your lips to God's ears.
Oh, no. Hey, thanks so much. Happy New Year. Seriously, we got to get you on again. Don't be a stranger.
God bless you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with my friends in Wyoming.
Absolutely.
Hello to St. Anthony's Church.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, it's Our Lady of the Mountains here in Jackson, where I am. But it's all good. We're all on the same team when it comes to that. Cowboy State Daily, we got our next guest. We got to get Tim Sheppard in here. We're going to do that right after this quick break. We're coming back. Don't go far.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to For news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Well, in danger of becoming a talk show or a sports show that I want no part of, we welcome in a Green Bay Packer fan on the heels of a Philadelphia Eagle fan, and I feel surrounded by hostility. I'm a Bills fan, but anyway, it's not about sports right now anyway. Tim Sheppard is here, Executive Director of Wyoming Veterans Commission. Tim, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Jake, and Happy New Year to your listeners.
Thank you. Tim retired from the U.S. Army, did about 4 decades with that outfit, served as Chief of Staff for the Wyoming Army National Guard Commander, Camp Guernsey for a period. And now what's your new life? Get us updated. We've had you on before, but for the listeners who did not catch that segment months ago, what is Wyoming Veterans Commission all about?
Okay. Well, first, I'm still a Packer fan. So,
okay.
All right. We'll get that out of the way. But Veterans Commission, we're all about helping veterans. We're all about making a difference for veterans. And Jake, I'll just give you one example that I think typifies what we're able to do with the great people that we work with. We had a veteran by the name of Eric who was basically homebound, in some ways had kind of given up on life and was way behind in his mortgage and was in jeopardy of losing his home. And through our great commissioner in that area and some other folks on our staff, we not only were able to help Eric save his home, we helped him get a job. We helped him get back involved more with, in a social manner by getting him involved with the local Legion, and we were able to get him some transportation. So that's what, we talk about thriving veterans, families, survivors, and caregivers. And Jake, to me, that's just a great story that typifies what we do.
Yeah, and that really brings it to life. I like that story, Tim. Sometimes we talk about the forest. That's the tree. That is what you do right there. One case scenario. That's all you need to tell me. That's huge and hugely impactful. I saw earlier last month you were hanging out with the governor a little bit, the Honorable Governor Mark Gordon. It was Wreaths Across America. Were you down there in Cheyenne? The tree looked fantastic.
Yeah, that tree always looks great. And the wreath ceremony, it's all about recognizing those who have served. And obviously we always remember our brothers and sisters that we've lost, but it's really more a celebration of what we do as a service in conjunction with honoring those we've lost. And it's just, I've been doing this for 6 years, and the governor's been there every year.
We were talking earlier this morning with Downrange Warriors, the outfit out of Cody, helping veterans, first responders. And we're talking about, struggling with getting back into regular life after service. The stress and the dark places you can go, suicide in Wyoming, we know what an issue that is. You got a symposium coming up in September. There's 3 numbers that are available to you as well, 988. Every time we talk to the governor, we make sure to mention that. But what's this symposium all about?
So I'm not sure what we're talking about in September. We've got one coming up in March. Where we're going to bring organizations involved with veteran support together from around the state. And we give them the opportunity to, 1, talk about what they do. 2, we talk about then where are the gaps in services to veterans. And most importantly, what can we do collectively again, to make a difference, whether it's for veterans, families, survivors, or caregivers. And one organization I want to mention is our good friends from the VA will actually participate in that symposium. And our hope is that when we talk about the gaps, that they'll be a key player in saying, hey, here's some resources we can bring to bear to help you, Wyoming, into closing those gaps and helping everyone thrive.
My dad back in the day worked at the VA in Western New York, and I know from that, and I know from today and hearing the issues that it's stuff that should be simple, like filing claims at the VA. They can get super complicated. It can get really complex. I know that's something you help out with. Wyoming Veterans Commission helps people with the VA claims, simple stuff like that.
Yeah, really proud of our service officers. They go above and beyond. And we've got a quality control person who is second to none. So every claim that we process has to pass her test. And, not only are the claims officers good, but she is fantastic. And it just makes sure that those difficult processes, that we're able to work through those and do what's best for the veteran.
Tim Sheppard is with us. We're talking Wyoming Veterans Commission. That's the website, WyomingVeteransCommission.com. Tim, what else? What other resources available? What else is going on with you?
Boy, thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. I have to talk about veterans, talking to veterans. That's our program that we started, hard to believe now, almost 5 years ago. It's all about taking care of veterans, but giving them the opportunity to have a voice, and to have a voice with a trained coach who is the other veteran. So it's a veteran talking to a trained coach veteran about whatever's on their mind. The program really started because of the way we left Afghanistan and our concern that, have we created another Vietnam for our service members, and that we didn't want that to happen. Now, the tremendous news is, well, 2 things. One, we quickly realized, this is a program for more than just those veterans who were in Afghanistan. It's a program for any veteran. And 2, the impact that we've had on suicides across Wyoming has been tremendous. So not only is it helping veterans just to feel better, in more than 60 cases, it's intervened in a suicide, a possible suicide.
And yeah, so often in talking to Todd at Downrange Warrior, so often veterans can only talk to veterans. Yeah, you have to, if you know, you have to have been there, walked in the boots, and it's so important to have veterans mentor veterans with some training themselves. You might not be ready to help fellow veterans, but when you are, that's got to be good for you, and it's good for the anyone you're talking with and mentoring.
Yeah, it's and you're spot on there, Jake. And Todd was, and hello to my good friend Todd, who is also a veterans talking to veterans coach. Those coaches, I think, have had the opportunity to take a look at themselves, as well as the work that they do with other veterans. And I think to a coach, they would tell you the program has been outstanding for them, just for their own well-being.
Well, that's great now in its fifth year. What else is anything else happening you want to talk about, Tim?
I really wanted to talk about the symposium, but I do want to say that I'll have the opportunity to be with our friends from the VFW at their midwinter conference on January 10th. I look forward to that. And then on the 7th, DAV is going to hold theirs later. I think it's in May. And we'll participate in that as well, because we think they're very important partners, and we want to make sure that they know, as well as everyone else. Also, as the president of the National Association of State Directors for Veterans Affairs, and our midwinter conference comes up in March.
Yeah, Tim, you could hear his deteriorating connection. And we may have lost him. I think we did. Yeah. With one of those Wi-Fi things. What are you going to do? Tim Sheppard, Wyoming Veterans Commission. You can find out more on the interwebs, WyomingVeteransCommission.com. They're on the Facebooks, all the socials as well. And the symposium coming up in March. I was looking at the September one. The Wyoming Department of Health is co-sponsoring that. And just, the key message for any veterans is you are not alone. Whatever you're going through, whatever you're thinking, thoughts in your mind, whatever the challenges you're up against, you're not the first person, and you're not the only person. Not by a long shot. There's plenty who have been there, done that, and they're ready to help. Reach out. If it's desperation, 988, the number. If you got time and you just want to work through whatever the next challenge is in your life, go find them on the internet at Wyoming Veterans Commission. Tim Sheppard, big thanks for have him join us. I think, we'll do a little bit of this day in history. Why not? This day is January 2nd. Here are the things that happened on this day in history. They look like this. Let's go back to 1892. Leon Goodrich was born. He's an architect that worked on designs of a lot of Natrona County buildings. If you live in Natrona County, chances are you have cast eyes upon, or maybe even been in, a building designed by this famed architect who was born in Fort Collins, Colorado on this day in 1892, Leon Goodrich. Several governors took office on this day, including John Osborne, 1893. Bryant Brooks became officially the governor in 1905. DeForest Richards took office as the governor in 1899. Joseph Carey, Wyoming governor, in 1911. Leslie Miller took office as governor this day, 1933. Nels Smith, officially became governor in 1939 on this day. Jack Gage, 1961. Stanley Hathaway took office in 1967. Yes to Hathaway Scholarship, named for Stan. And Jim Geringer took office as governor on this day in 1995. 1930, first commercial radio station in all of Wyoming began on this day. It was KDFN. Later would become the station we know them as today, K2. In Casper, still in operation, KTWO, but it was K2, Wyoming's first commercial radio station on the air as KDFN on this day, 1930. 1949, the beginning of the Great Blizzard. 1949 will be known as the year of that blizzard, remember, that just wouldn't stop. 17 deaths, 55,000 head of cattle, 105,000 head of sheep lost in the multi-day snowstorm blizzard that began this day in 1949. 1954, the film Caine Mutiny premiered in New York on this day. And finally, it was this day in 1974 that Richard Nixon signed legislation requiring states to limit highway speeds to 55 miles an hour. The law was very unpopular in Wyoming, where we like to drive fast. That's going to do it for this hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got one more to come, so don't go far. Mac Watson will be with us first thing next hour. Until then, 6 minutes of news headed your way on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. It's estimated 25 to 35% of Wyoming's forests are now dominated by ghost forests, standing dead timber from beetle epidemics and disease. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that researchers are saying it's time to start paying attention to limber pine before it follows the white bark into crisis.
Some of the samples were taken from trees in Wyoming, and basically they found that some limber pine have a genetic resistance. They have a gene that repels this rust fungus that causes this rust condition. But they've also found that there's some strains of this fungus that can overcome this genetic defense. And so it's a tough time to be a limber pine. There's a couple of famous limber pines actually in Wyoming. There was one near Grand Teton National Park that was iconic, and then there's one on the highway between Laramie and Cheyenne that is growing out of a rock.
Limber pines can live 2,000 years or more and survive where almost nothing else will, clinging to windswept ridges and rocky outcrops. People who shoot prairie dogs in Colorado should have to pick up the lead-riddled carcasses. So says a group calling for more regulation of hunting the rodents. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the group, Grasslands Colorado, is saying that hunting also leads to other wildlife getting lead poisoning.
They see it, people are coming on there and just mowing the prairie dogs down. They think it's actually gotten to the point where it threatens the prairie dog population, number one. And number two, they're worried about lead, like if bullets fragment inside prairie dogs and then a hawk or a coyote or whatever, badger comes along and eats the carcass, that animal's going to get, a secondary case of lead poisoning. So there's concern about that. What this group is calling for is saying, you know what, if people are going to shoot prairie dogs, they should at least be obligated to go collect the carcasses afterwards. And that would be unprecedented because the long-standing tradition is you shoot prairie dogs, you just leave them out there.
The group claims that recreational shooters kill so many prairie dogs on the Comanche National Grassland in southeastern Colorado that they're pushing the animals' colonies to the verge of extinction. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran, a year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be as transformative to society as the internet, the answer, he says, to both is yes. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
You have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February of 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Well, it's finally Friday, the first Friday of the new year. Mac Watson's here.
Yeah, did you notice how last week went by quickly, but this week I thought, you said finally Friday, I thought it dragged. And I don't know why. I guess because my kids are home from school and I'm sick and tired of it. Ooh. I want them to go back to school. They are exhausting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you said, every parent when it comes summer and you get the kids back.
Yeah. There's an adjustment period. There really is.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because the kids want to do all this stuff, and you're like, I just want to take a nap. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Time is relative. I know we just marked another circle around our star. Happy New Year. But January, we're entering the month of January, which a lot of people say is like 3 months long. Is January like 90 days? January's a long month, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's why February is only 28 days, because January drags so long.
We're all worn out.
Let's just get through this February thing real quick.
Totally. I forgot this item from this day in history, and it begs some research, and I'm going to do it, or Jackie Dorothy can do it, or whoever. But 1897, Evanston newspaper, an irate woman on this day horsewhipped the editor of the Evanston newspaper about what we don't know. 1897, a woman didn't like something she read in the paper, I guess, and horsewhipped the editor.
Yeah, I wonder if did he malign her, or did he say something about somebody else or something else that you would actually go down and bring a horsewhip to teach somebody a lesson?
I gotta know. Yes, I love the weapon of choice. It's like the game of Clue. Mrs. Peacock in the mortuary
in the parlor with a candlestick.
Right. This is like irate woman in the Evanston newspaper office with a horsewhip.
Yeah. And then how did she stop? Like, did she have enough, or did somebody wrestle the horsewhip away from her? That would be a great story too.
Right. In the 1890s, libel was a 20 stripe offense. So probably 20 whips, and then we're good.
20 lashes and we're done.
Yeah, and I got to know how some dude at 11 o'clock on New Year's Eve is riding around with his horse and rope, just hoping he can help out the police department in Riverton and Lander. That story needs some fleshing out. I've assigned it to Andrew. I hope I didn't overstep, but
it was just assigned to Claire.
Claire
will have that story. Yeah.
I'm like, I need to know more. I need to know why this dude.
Well, from what we know, this was somebody that had nothing to do with the actual commission of a crime or law enforcement. This was, I guess, some kind of cowboy that just saw, hey, that guy's getting away. You know what? I can stop them by using my lasso. I only thought Wonder Woman was the only person that carried around a lasso all the time, but what do I know? This guy had a lasso and actually, like in the movies, actually stopped this person with a lasso until the cops could I guess, arrest him.
Dude.
So Claire is going to be all over that story.
I need all the W's filled out in that story. Who, why, when, where? Why does the dude have a rope with him? Is he mounted? Who is he? So much more I need to know.
What's the strangest thing that you ever had in an emergency that actually was useful?
Oh, right. Like on your person?
Or in my car, I carry my Swiss Army knife. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to use, in some form or fashion, my Swiss Army knife. Not just the knife, but all the, what's the fancy term? Oh, accoutrement?
Yeah.
All the little gadgets on the Swiss Army knife. I never leave. I make sure it's in my glove box all the time.
Yeah, that's useful. I did mention that, with all the things typical law enforcement has, your Lander PD, they got the utility belt, they got tasers, they got, whatever, but they probably don't have a lasso. Like when you need a rope.
No, they probably didn't have a lasso. And lassos are not like regular pieces of rope, right?
Yeah.
Lassos are very different pieces of rope. It's not like you just go to, Ace or Home Depot or whatever and just buy a cord of rope and then you turn it into a lasso. A lasso is specifically made.
Mm-hmm. Well, whether you're stretching that calf in 4.5 seconds in NFR or whether catching that criminal. Yes, this is a new marketing opportunity for Cactus or King Ropes or whoever.
Oh, yeah.
We also got to find out the brand of rope used. So much.
You'll see them at Baumgars, or Menards or something.
Right.
You catch your criminal. Or,
right.
Whatever.
Totally. Whether it's branding season or any bad guy running from law enforcement. This rope will come in handy.
You can use it for Valentine's Day, catch the love of your life. There's all kinds of possibilities.
Mac, I was raging earlier about the end of the Sugar Bowl. I almost want to call it another bowl that begins with SH. What a mess the end of that game was. Referees, will you just let the game end already? I mean, Georgia, you lost. 3 times we thought that game was over and Ole Miss was ready to celebrate. And
I thought, because I totally hear you. I thought it was, and again, this is my conspiratorial mind. The refs wanted to make themselves the plot line. They wanted to make themselves the story.
Yeah.
But I can't prove that. And I don't really believe that. But it was almost like, that guy that's trying to talk to a woman, and then this other guy tries to get in and horn in on the conversation.
Yeah.
That was like the refs were the other guy trying to horn in and say, dude, calm down. Just, we got this.
Yeah.
We got this. Let the game go. We've got this.
This is not about you.
Right. I got to tell you, though, I want to see Ole Miss now win.
Yeah.
I want to see them stick it to Lane Kiffin. And if you don't know who Lane Kiffin is, if you're a viewer or listener right now to this great radio program, look up Lane Kiffin, Kiffin. This guy is a sociopath of a personality. He's a great coach. Don't get me wrong. His dad's a great coach.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But he is a horrible human being as far as dysfunction and as far as how he treats people. The stories are legendary. He was left on a tarmac. He was fired, and they said, "Find your own way home. We're getting on that plane. You're not."
Yeah.
And then the story is he left Ole Miss when he said he wasn't going to, because that's his MO. He just leaves and takes, dances with a better looking girl kind of thing. And the students were like, "Hey, we have a possibility of going on, and now I want to see him win. Now I really want to see Ole Miss win." Where I never really thought about Ole Miss. I never really liked Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I want to see them win now to stick it to Lane Kiffin, because you ain't getting that ring. If they win, you're not getting anything.
Well,
you chose to leave.
I wouldn't say anything. He got a $500,000 bonus that was written into the contract for that win.
Yes.
Even though he wasn't on the sidelines, it's written into his deal. He got $500,000 for that Ole Miss win, so he's got the last laugh there. But yes, Kiffin.
But can't you dispute that? I mean, my wife's a lawyer, but she's not here. She ran some errands. I wish I could ask her. But can't you dispute that? Basically, it must be present to win. If you buy a ticket, if you buy a raffle ticket, it says must be present to win.
Yeah.
I'm not going to chase you down and then, wherever and give you the prize. If he wasn't there to coach, why should he get it?
That's up to the lawyers now. Kiffin's headed to LSU. He missed the whole celebration. Apparently, the fans love the other coach, this new guy. He had his kids there at the pre and post game interview, and they seem to embrace him. Yeah, a reason to root for Ole Miss, because they have this side story, this side plot. The team without a coach, because Kiffin abandoned them right there in the postseason. I also like the idea that we get a new name in the mix with Indiana. They destroyed Alabama. I didn't mind that.
I didn't mind that. Well, I shouldn't say I didn't mind it, because I mean these are young men and they put their heart and soul out. But it was, and one of the announcers mentioned it. I don't know if you saw the game. One of the announcers mentioned it. Alabama is just present. They're not doing anything.
Yeah.
They're there, but they have no spark. They have no, he said, if you watch a football player and you're standing there with your hands on your hips, just standing there waiting for the next play, you're done. You're done. So we talked earlier last year about the end of the Chief dynasty. Welcome to the end of Alabama's dynasty. I mean, it is so true. Nick Saban was some kind of genius as far as head coach and made Alabama into what they were, a juggernaut. No more. And they're not in a reload. They're in a rebuild. Yeah. They're going to start from ground zero next season. And, again, I'm sad in the sense that these young men put their heart and soul into playing. But I don't mind the fact that let like an Ole Miss or an Indiana.
I know.
You mean the basketball school?
Right.
I mean, that's like University of North Carolina or Duke becoming some kind of football juggernaut.
I thought they played basketball in Indiana. Apparently they play a little football too. I'm happy to see that. And you're right, Alabama, the chapter's closed on them. They're coasting. They're running on fumes. The engine's no longer firing. Yeah, and they got trounced. Sugar Bowl or the Orange Bowl was awful. The game was terrible. Nobody was there in the crowd in the stands.
Wasn't that interesting to see? Like nobody showed up for your team?
Right. Nobody came. And to top it all off, even the halftime show, people are saying was terrible. Third Eye Blind wasn't good when the first time around. Third Eye Blind today, 20 years later, not good. The halftime show was awful. The game was awful. And the only thing noteworthy is Oregon could be accused of running up the score a little with a late touchdown they didn't need to do. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, is there really such a thing? Well, I've heard this debate before. If you have the ability, you're not going to score. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you have the ability, if the other team is allowing you to score, you're not going to stop at the 2-yard line and go, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. I mean, I'll do that for my kid. I'll let my kid win at Battleship.
Yeah.
Now he just beats me. But, when we first started learning Battleship, okay, I let him win. He's a kid. But these teams that get accused of running up the score and stuff, then stop them. Then stop them from scoring. Come on. But yeah, I mean, Third Eye Blind, you nailed it. The first time around, they were kind of like every other, Deep Blue Something or Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a couple of hits, but really? You're going to bring them in for a halftime show? Really?
Yeah.
Somebody better has some kind of connection to the lead singer or something like, oh yeah, that's my brother-in-law's, brother, something like that, or that's my sister-in-law's husband or something like that to get Third Eye Blind. Are you kidding me? I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some bands that are worth bringing back. Like I will always enjoy like REM. I will always enjoy, even though I can't stand them politically, like U2. Like they're just darn good bands. They're darn good bands. But like, Space Hog, no, don't bring that back. Please, please, God, don't bring that back. Radiohead, yes, you were right. I get it. But there are certain bands from like 10,000 Maniacs. I don't need to see them. I don't need to. There's an inside joke, and you'll get this, Jake, because you've been in radio a while. We'll be walking through the supermarket, and there'll be a song, and it'll take you right back to like 1992 or whatever. And I'll just turn to my daughter and go, "Never got tired of playing that song." Oh, never got tired of hearing that song.
Yeah.
God. Because it was in heavy rotation and it just burned into your psyche. But now you hear them in grocery stores. You're like, really? They're playing that song from Alanis Morissette? Oh, geez. Okay. All right.
Yeah. All these years later, it's funny how different it may hit you. But that's certainly today, in this day and age, that's an indication your favorite song of the month is no longer cool. When you hear it in a commercial or you hear it redone, in lounge fashion in the elevator, then it's over. Like, I got to stop liking this song.
And not to go too deep, but real quick, kids, I don't want to say kids because that's just, but you'll notice like 20 years ago, Crazy Train was not the song that everybody liked. When Crazy Train from Ozzy Osbourne first came out, parents went nuts. This is the devil's music. This is horrible, blah, blah, blah. Now you hear it in stadiums. You hear it in, like you said, lounges. You hear, marching bands. Marching bands are playing Crazy Train. Kids do not understand that there was this seismic shift of when we were growing up. It was Plain Jane. It was Vanilla. You might have heard an Elvis song. You might have heard maybe like a Chuck Berry song, like outside of a radio station. Now you're hearing Metallica inside a Home Depot. I mean, come on. You're hearing Enter Sandman inside of a Kroger? Come on.
Every music genre, every decade had similar. When Elvis with his hip shaking, it was too much for some people. Now it's like, Ozzy Osbourne now an arena anthem where it was devil worship when it came out. And tomorrow it's going to be, this gangster rap that you and I hear. And we're like, geez, you got to bleep like so many words out of it just to play it on radio. There's nothing left. And you're like,
there's
what
nothing
is
left,
the value of this? These kids, and then 20 years from now we're gonna hear it. We shop in IKEA,
right?
And
it's background music.
Listening.
It's like background music. Really, Lamb of God is now background music. Come on.
I have, I'm going to say that I have 3 degrees separation with Tom Brady, the legendary quarterback, the GOAT. And here's how.
Okay.
I have 1 degree separation with his main squeeze right now, which is rumored to be Alex Earl. Do you know Alex Earl, the influencer?
Yeah, I know who she is. I've never met her. I don't really know what she's about, but yeah, I know her. I know who she is.
Right. I was clueless and unaware until I was assigned a story to find Alex Earl because she was at the $1 Million Cowboy Bar in Jackson. Do a story about the influencer that nobody knows except for a certain generation. So I did. I reached out. I talked to her persons. She's got.
Oh, you didn't just go down to the Jackson watering hole and just tap her on the shoulder and go, "Hey, I'm supposed to do a story on you."
Right. Hey, Alex. No, I missed her. She was already jet setted out of Jackson by the time I got the memo. But I did reach out and I talked to one of her people. She's surrounded by people. She was, an influencer like all of them. Geez, you can't swing a dead lasso without getting a DUI guy or a influencer.
Right.
And Alex Earl was just one of influence. But you got a notion that she was going somewhere. She was getting super popular. The numbers she was doing on TikTok and Insta were insane. Like, we were all jealous at Cowboy State Daily. And then so I almost talked to Alex Earl and wrote a story about her that you can read in the Cowboy State Daily. Now she supposedly was at St. Bart's with Tom Brady. So that's how I'm going to say I'm almost me and Tom Brady, because me and Alex Earl almost.
Yeah, but you never talked to her? You just talked to her handlers, right?
I did not. They said Alex doesn't have time. She's at, I forget where she was by then. She's from Florida. She was back in Florida, I think.
What I don't get is my daughter is fascinated by these quote unquote influencers, right?
Really?
I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know. Like, what makes you, it used to be you could hit a baseball. You invented like Velcro, you did something and then you became famous. These and it all started with like the Paris Hiltons and the the Jessica Simpsons. Jessica Simpson was a singer, but she really wasn't known for singing. She got an MTV show, right, with Nick Lachey, right? And then Paris Hilton never really did anything. Except she was from that Hilton dynasty, but she just started, like, people were attracted to her for like doing normal stuff, right?
Yeah.
And of course, we all know Kim Kardashian, what she did to get on the map. But anyway, I just don't understand what these influencers really do.
Yeah.
Yet people throw all this money and swag at them. And I'm like, for what? And my daughter can't explain it either. She knows who they are, but I say, tell me what they've done. Why are they an influencer? I don't know, Dad. They just are.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, and it's so superficial and stupid because really all you need is boobs to have a OnlyFans account. But in Alex Earl's case, I did dive a little deeper, and she was fairly genuine. I mean, she's obviously superficial. She's just a model with a channel on socials. But she was pretty real, and she connected with people through this GRWM, get ready with me. And she would like walk you through getting ready for a date and show you how to apply makeup. Like,
so there was like a tutorial or a how-to kind of aspect.
Yeah, that was kind of her hook. Some of them have no hook whatsoever. They're just
right.
But I have seen it actually have some value when someone has like some talent. Like, for instance, a singer. You'll see a singer who, in the old days, unless an A&R guy from Capitol Records discovered you, you were never going to go anywhere, man. But now today you can sing on YouTube and someone, you can get a following going and suddenly, a career.
You know who started that?
Who?
You know the story of how that started? Dave Matthews Band. Matthews Band were centralized in Charlottesville, Virginia. Huge college town, University of Virginia. Go Cavaliers, right?
Yeah.
So they started doing this Southern college circuit, right? University of South Carolina, Duke, Wake Forest. They got really popular with the college kids. And then they discovered, hey, we have such a strong, I don't want to say influence, but they had such a strong following and they would put out their own tapes when it was tapes back then.
Yeah.
That the record companies kept coming to them, and Dave Matthews kept saying, "We're good. Nope, we're good. We can make as much money as you're going to give us doing it ourselves." And that's how they got into the stratosphere. Because remember, Dave Matthews was everywhere from 94 to 99, 2000. Because the record companies kept coming back and offering more money, better deals. But Dave Matthews was the one that figured out, if we just put it out, and the internet was really, really young, if we just put it out and kids start sharing it online, well, people know us in England, people know us in Australia, and all we have to do is tour the Southern University system, from the University of Maryland on down through the South. We make tons of money. They were doing really well for Charlottesville, Virginia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the record companies, finally, they agreed to a deal and then blew them up. But they were doing fine, and that all started with Dave Matthews.
Good for them, because record companies, there's many artists they've ripped off.
Right.
You can build with the internet today. You can totally build a fan base and be self-sustaining that way.
But you're not going to get rich.
But
That's
how
the
do
thing.
you? How do you monetize it? Everybody's asking themselves that.
Right. Well, you got a tour. Now you got a tour. It's not about album sales. It's not about record sales or singles or whatever. It's now you have to go out on the road. And the only way to make money is either to, and I'm telling you, Jake, I think this is going to be a thing. You are going to see more bands do more residencies. They're going to stay in one place. Or maybe they do a couple of casinos across the country. They're not going to come to your town. You're going to have to go to them.
It's funny. In our day, you toured to support the album, and record sales is where you made the money. You'd almost tour break even or at a loss.
Right.
Now that's where you make your money at the gate.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What else is happening you want to talk about before I take a break?
Oh, man. So we covered football.
Yeah.
I will say this too. Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, he is going to become a man on fire. He's already won the awards. He's just announced he's going to have a baby.
Yeah.
The last thing he wants to accomplish is the trophy, is the Lombardi Trophy. He wants to win a Super Bowl. Either this season or next season, you watch, he's going to become possessed in getting the Bills to the Super Bowl. I don't think it'll happen this season, but next season after the birth of his child, you watch. Because he's just that focused. He's just that kind of guy. You watch.
I hope you're right as a Bills fan, but since he's become married with children, his play on the field has been not as good. I hope we find another Josh Allen. But on that note, sort of a related note, it got me thinking this final week in the NFL is weird. It becomes like silly season for football because in that final week, teams that have made the playoffs that cannot better their lot in life, home field advantage, whatever. If they're in, this is the game where you don't play anybody. Suddenly it looks like a preseason game. Your quarterback's going to sit. You don't want to get anybody hurt. Yet you do have players, so many players today that have contract incentives. They have to throw this many touchdown passes. They have to have this many rushing yards. They're in a rushing so it's weird. You'll see your usual guys and you might not see them. And what is your motivation in week 18 for the NFL? It's weird.
Well, the one game this week is going to be what? The one game to watch.
The biggest?
The one game that has significance. AFC. The Steelers versus the Ravens.
Oh, right.
Whoever wins moves forward. And I'm telling you right now, if the Ravens lose and the Pittsburgh Steelers get into the playoffs, Lamar Jackson will be traded. Lamar Jackson will be traded because from what I hear from my family back in Baltimore is John Harbaugh and the staff are just sick and tired of Lamar being good, not great. Now, who do they get? Where do they go? I don't know. But they have always drafted well. But Lamar Jackson and to the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, they could be moving on when they were given the keys to the Ferrari. They just couldn't get it out of the driveway.
Yeah. I think you'll see a lot of that in the final week. If you're not playing for a playoff spot, you'll have players playing for the contract incentives, six figures sometimes, and coaches coaching for their job in the final.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take a break. Mac, are you going to be there?
Yeah, sure. I'll stick.
Dude, I love it. We'll be right back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Hey, thanks for sticking with us through the break. Final hour of this show, Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Mac Watson is here. I don't know why I called you Mac Johnson.
I've been called a lot of things, never Mac Johnson, though.
Mac Watson.
You're thinking of Greg. You're thinking of Greg Johnson.
I'm mashing you two
our
together.
Great editor. Our great editor who wrote that story about AI and who's gonna control AI.
Greg stole that from me because we had Doug Kelly on, the CEO of that American Edge project. And he's been saying that for over a year. Ever since we learned what AI even was, he's been saying it's important to be out front with all the tech and to create the framework and the groundwork. America wants to be that AI. We thought of it first. And if China is, it's going to have problems. And I'm like, what? Is it really that important? Doug thinks so. And he's convincing me.
And is Doug the one who said, I think, because in the story, it's in the radio newscast, I know, but it's also on cowboystatedaily.com. Is the CEO the one who said it will be the country whose ethics we want to control AI will get the ultimate control? Because Greg said this is the new Cold War, which I was like, what? Well, that got my attention.
I know.
if you don't remember, if you're a little younger than Jake and I, the Cold War was basically a buildup of arms of who could kill the most people, the fastest, quickest, us versus the USSR, and this mutually assured destruction, which was in I guess a response to assured destruction. That was the term that came up by Robert McNamara, who was the Secretary of Defense, who also got us into Vietnam and all this other stuff back in the 60s. But mutually assured destruction was, we've got so many weapons, whoever fires first, well, it's going to be the same outcome. Doesn't matter who fires first. We're going to kill everybody because we've got so many weapons. Now that Cold War mentality has shifted to AI. And so who's going to ultimately control artificial intelligence? Will it be China or will it be the United States? It's a fascinating thought and a fascinating article, too.
Yeah. And as Doug points out, China has a history of not exactly being the most transparent country and government and regime. In fact, I mean,
they steal patent stuff all the time. And then they gaslight you. Oh, no.
Right.
It was like, remember Vanilla Ice? Vanilla Ice did this with Ice Ice Baby. Everybody was like, oh, you're using a Queen song. No, I'm not. We changed it up. The Queen song is ding, 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 da, da, ding, ding. What we did was ding, 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 da, da, ding, 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 da, da, ding.
Yeah.
Dude, it's the same bass line with 2 extra notes. Stop it. So China is like the Vanilla Ice of countries that they just try to gaslight you. Like, hey, you took our patent. No, we didn't. You took our patent. No, we didn't. We changed one thing. Whatever. So, I don't know how this is going to play out, but I don't want China controlling artificial intelligence. No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And it could impact artificial intelligence in the future in ways we don't even know yet, because we don't even know what AI looks like in a full build out. But Doug's has a good point. I'd rather have, and just because we live in the U.S., I suppose that's what we're going to say. But I don't know. I would like to see the whole world polled. Who would you like to, have be in control of AI?
And then how do you guarantee that? Again, if China takes all these patents and does all this stuff covertly, overtly, whatever, how can you even say, oh, we've got everything under control, when China can just slip around and go, oh yeah, we figured out how to make a better bomb, or we figured out how to take over your entire computer system, of every major city in America. Oh, geez. There are reporters I talked to who have said that investigators are using AI to solve cold cases. Like there's this one guy in Seattle who has used AI to the point where he says he's proven that Kurt Cobain was murdered, not suicide, and the DA in Seattle has taken him seriously.
Wow.
What? What? So, I mean, it's just incredible. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah. I think the first salvo of this so-called new Cold War was sort of fired with the whole TikTok thing, Chinese-owned TikTok, and how they were using it perhaps to spy on the U.S. This is what we're going to be talking about. If China is the forerunner in AI, they're going to use it for purposes that are not very genuine. Yeah.
And remember the guy from Wyoming, Reed Reisner, tried to get enough money to buy TikTok. It wasn't successful, but it's dangerous. I don't understand all of it. So I just don't use it. I just don't use TikTok at all, but try to tell that to a certain generation of kids who absolutely love it and use it all the time.
You're like, oh, you're supporting China. Oh, Dad, I'm just using it to see what my friends are doing.
No, I'm just showing people how I do X, Y, and Z. I'm not doing it. Yeah. They're harvesting all that information, and I don't know how they're going to use it, but they could use it because they've got it.
They control what you see on TikTok. Ultimately, there'll be things that, banned in China. You can't even see on China. So there's censorship that China's famous for. And then there's how are they going to use all the intel? Yeah. Right. Well, Wyoming is, doing its part in the AI race because it begins with not the theoretical, but with the concrete. Man, we need data centers to make AI happen. And we're building them as fast as we can, I guess.
I don't know why I don't know why Wyoming is becoming the data center capital. I mean, I welcome it. I mean, it's industry, it's business. It provides, I guess, some kind of jobs. But if you're just a data center and AI does all this stuff, maybe you're like two guys in the whole building. I don't know. I wonder how Wyoming became like the data center state.
I mean, we got a ton of land. You need land. We got a ton of land that's federally owned. And we're cold, so you don't need as much cooling, but
you do need a lot of energy. I mean, to the point where these data centers are using more energy than some of our own cities in this town.
Which I think
in this state.
Yeah, that suits Wyoming as well, because we got all the coal burning. We got so many ways to make electricity.
Right.
Coal that nobody wants, natural gas, oil. Now we're doing, rare earths. We're doing uranium converted to nuke. We can make you electricity any way you want to make it, man, including wind and sun. So, and we can't possibly use all the electricity we create. So data centers, no wonder, they'll eat the electricity. If we got that electricity laying around that nobody uses, give it to the data centers. They'll use it.
Right. But I wish I know somebody could answer this question. Like, how did we become the center of it? Because what I always liked Governor Mark Gordon's kind of philosophy on energy. Don't give me one or the other. Can't we have them all?
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Why not? Why do we have to be just the fossil fuel industry? Why do we have to be just the mining industry? If we could do a tech center, if we could become, I mean, not that we become Silicon Valley, but if we had some kind of, technology hub, sure. Why not? I would welcome it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, any investor will tell you, like, that's the best way to play the stock market. You got to hedge your bets. You don't just put it all in one basket.
That's right.
You got to do a lot of spread the wealth in your asset.
You got to diversify.
Yeah.
You got to diversify everything. And that will also attract people to the state for good jobs. That's another issue that we have, is that we are losing a bunch of great minds because, they're just not jobs available. I want to go be in this industry, but I can't really find a good job here in Wyoming. I'll go to another state. I'll go to another town and do what I like. So if we can bring more maybe technology jobs, sure. I don't have a problem with that.
Wait till Wyoming loses this great mind and I jump in the portal and I'm no longer at the Cowboy State Daily. You'll be sorry then.
You want to go there?
No.
Did you say Portland? You want to go to Portland?
No, when I jump in the portal.
I'm sorry. I thought you said Portland.
I'm not going to Portland, dude.
I'd rather go to Portland, Maine. I'll tell you that. Not Portland, Oregon. That place is a dump.
True.
Oh, God.
Okay. Anything else going on?
Yeah. I mean, again, you go to cowboystatedaily.com. We got a bunch of stories. I thought one was really interesting. You know how there are things called varmints? The pests, rodents. Well, now there's a group in Colorado that says, stop killing all of our prairie dogs. Now, from what I understand, prairie dogs are like mosquitoes. They're pests, right? But our great reporter, Mark Hines, found, I think it's called Grasslands, Colorado.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is because people just leave these carcasses all over the place. Like, you can just mow down a bunch of prairie dogs and just leave them there. They said other animals are getting sick. They're eating, the dead, prairie dogs. They could get, from the bullets, lead poisoning and all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, is it really that much of an issue? Like, what's really behind this story? Like, what's really behind, when somebody says, I want to, or I want you to, whatever. Okay, what's the other purpose? What's the other motivation for you saying that? Like, anybody that tries to sell you something, well, obviously they want to make more money, so they're going to tell you whatever you want to hear, so you buy their product, right? Well, with this prairie dog group, and I'm not saying they're coming from a nefarious background or anything, or they have some kind of dual motive. But you're telling me there's enough dead prairie dogs that are going to really affect other populations in Colorado? Come on. I just don't believe it.
I thought the same thing, and I think many Facebook commenters, many readers of this story thought the same thing. We all, I think, Grasslands, Colorado, misses the opportunity to address head on what is the issue, and that's: are we okay with grown men wearing camo, laying waste to chiselers? And like,
right.
I'm kind of like Eric Mulvar, who's quoted in this story. He's like, it's borderline, what did he call it? Masochistic, or
they're just mowing them down and just slaughtering them. Is that what he said?
And they're paying outfitters and guides to put them on, like the bull elk. They're paying guides to show them like really good prairie dog hunting grounds. The issue is, are you okay with shooting for sport, shooting a prairie dog, shooting a gopher, shooting a Richardson ground squirrel? Are we okay with that or not?
Them. Right, you're not going to eat them.
So it's just shooting. It's just killing for killing, shooting for shooting. It's an old Western tradition. Ranchers hate them because they make holes and mess up, horses. Just address it head on. You're right. I don't. The whole lead poisoning thing. That's a stretch. It's a stretch.
Yeah. I don't know whether you heard this too. YDOT put out 2 new vanity license plates. Have you seen them?
What are they?
They are, one is rodeo, and PETA has already responded wanting to change the design because it shows a bucking horse, a bucking bronc, right? And so PETA's like, that's cruel, blah, blah, blah. And so the guy, and I don't know if it's the guy at YDOT or somebody else, went even further and said, oh, really, PETA? Well, we're going to go harder. We're going to design this to really tick you off. So that's come out. And then there's a search and rescue vanity plate that you can get too that looks pretty cool.
That's useful. I like that.
Yeah. So I think it came out the 31st. YDOT put out a press release that there are 2 new vanity plates that you can purchase if you want for rodeo now and search and rescue.
Oh, I'm looking at the rodeo one. That's cool.
That actually looks like a picture, not just like a graphic, but like a true photograph, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I like it. See, I do license plates not necessarily based on any commitment to
any
an
group or any.
It's not about the cause; it's about the look. Because I got the UW alumni plate, and I did not go to UW, but I just like the basic look of it.
Do you like the new ones though? Because I really like the old yellow one.
I do too. I'm trying to keep it. I'm like, do I really have to turn it in? They said yes. I don't like the new ones. I don't.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll go rodeo because they look very cool. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I love it. Search and rescue.
So we're going to have a story coming out on that. I don't know if it's going to be today or maybe Monday. But there has been pushback from PETA instead of because Wyoming doesn't back down. Instead of backing down and go, okay, no, they went harder in the design to keep the bucking bronc. So good for Wyoming.
Now they're showing blood coming off the horse when it's being spurred. Like, oh, PETA.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Bless them.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, we love our rodeo in Wyoming. I'm still waiting for my new plates, by the way. I'm riding around illegal.
You haven't gotten them yet?
No.
Now you're talking about the flag, the one that's that everybody has, the one that is designed for the flag, or did you get another vanity plate?
My UW. I re-upped for the new University of Wyoming plate, and I was too late telling them I want to continue. I didn't know I had to change it. And when I found out that they changed the look and design, I'm like, oh, crap. So I said, yeah, I still want my old number. He sent me the new plate. That's an 8-week turnaround. So I'm driving around with out-of-date tags like for a while.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I when I first noticed it, I thought it was a totally different vanity plate.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was UW because that I don't know what you call it, that shade or that color of yellow.
Yeah.
Is so iconic and so recognizable. I thought they would keep it, but instead, I think they went with like a white background or something like that.
It's very much white, and the yellow isn't really the university gold.
Right.
It's like really yellowy.
Right.
I don't like it. I don't
It's more
like
mustardy rather than gold, and so that's a different shade, I guess.
It looks
so.
bad.
I was really kind of, I won't say disappointed, but I was like, that is a big departure. That is a huge departure.
Here, I'm showing it now from an Andrew Rossi story, by the way. Andrew wrote this. Yeah, the new UW plate. And I didn't know they change every 8 years like the state plate, the regular one. I had no idea.
Oh, okay.
But they do. And the new one, not a fan.
Wait, so are you a fan of keeping the plate? Like, would you keep the same plate forever?
Yeah.
Or do you like the fact that every so often they come up with a new design?
Dude, if I would keep... I can't.
Oh, you would keep 9444?
I'd be still rocking this ancient plate if they let me. Of just a simple, I would like to keep them let you keep them forever. Why do they have to change? I don't know.
So what's the 9444, which is on your old license plate? Is that your high school locker code?
No, it's not.
What was that?
Now I just give away all my. Now I've been hacked. My identity has been stolen.
Right.
No, it's not even mine. It's an old plate.
Hey, have you kept passwords? Have you kept the same passwords for years now?
Yep, and I get warnings all the time saying this password has already been compromised. I'm like, I don't care.
I came up with a password that nobody can crack, and it came from my childhood. And my wife swears, you better change it. You better change it. And I'm like, I came up with this a long time ago. It's from my childhood. It's a series of numbers that nobody can ever figure out.
Oh.
So I keep this, for, I don't know, whatever accounts that I have with it. Cause like my Amazon account that I started in 1999 or something like that, my Hotmail account or whatever. But she keeps saying, well, you got to change it. You got to change it. They're going to hack it. And I'm like, I'll just add an exclamation point.
So far,
I'll
good,
just add
right?
like a symbol.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Because I don't want to make it so complex, I forget what it is. I'll block my own self out is what's going to be the problem.
Right. And that's why I chose it from my childhood, because I'll never forget it.
Yeah. And if
you know what I mean?
If it's worked so far, and yes, you know what? You can almost make up nothing that's too complicated for computers to hack out. I saw that some kind of thing that says if you've got this string of digits, symbols and letters, it'll take computers 2 weeks to crack your
right.
So I'm going with the opposite. I'm going so simple the computers be like, no way, can it be 1, 2, 3, 4? Like,
right.
No.
What moron would use this?
No idiot would do that. And so,
so
far, nobody has dared steal my identity. And
so how much time do we have left?
5
Do I have
minutes.
time for one more story?
Yeah.
So I was auditioning for another radio station like 8 years ago, right? And I had to go to a place called Skyview Networks, and they crisscross the country and the world with all the syndicated programming, but they have a dedicated studio that you can use if you have to do something remote. And because it was in Phoenix, people from ESPN, people from major syndication places, whenever they would come to Scottsdale or Phoenix, they would use these studios, right? So I go in there for the audition, and I go, hey, I've got to like look on the internet for stuff, and I need to use your internet. The engineer hands me, I am not lying, hands me a slip of paper with at least 15, and I'm not kidding. There may have been 5 letters. The rest were symbols and digits, and it made no sense. So, of course, how many times did it take me to log in? Because I had to sit there. Okay, exclamation point, star, backspace. I had to put it in 3 to 4 times just to get log on to the internet. I said to myself right then and there, I'm never going to have that kind of password.
No.
Never.
No, not worth it.
Didn't get the job, by the way. Oh, well. Yeah.
Mac is still trying to log in. And
yeah, really. I'm still trying.
All right, dude. We got to go. Have a great weekend.
All right, you two. I'll talk to you Monday.
You bet. Final break of the show. We'll be right back.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Well, it's been so great to ring in the new year with you. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday morning. That's going to do it for us and this week, this day of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Have a great weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.